Morning. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and a meeting of the board. I think it was posted publicly, but the intent was to have Dr. Fred Farias, who is the chairman of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, here with us to make a report. We learned last night that there were some travel snafus and he was not able to make it today, so we will not be having that report, but he will be back with us with this board at a later time to present a report from the Higher Education Coordinating Board. So we will not be having that as part of our program this morning. So now we'll continue with introductions and recognitions from Chancellor Mitchell, President Hawkins is not here. President Haney, President Skuvenek, President Rice-Spearman, and President Lang. Will you begin the presentations?
Thank you, Chancellor. Mr. Chairman. Before I jump into mine, you will all notice that Ashley Warren is sitting down there for President Hawkins. So if she does an exceptional job, she said that she's going to have President Hawkins from now on sitting back behind her at this meeting. So I have a few recognitions. Board members. The first is Irvi Dalal. Irvi, would you please stand up? Irvi is on our Communications and Media Relations team. She currently serves as Assistant Director of Digital Media and Support. She joined our team in December of 2023 after graduating with her master's degree in Mass Communications with certificates in Advanced Digital and Social Media and Sports Communication from Texas Tech University's College of Media and Communication. In 2022, she completed her undergraduate studies at Texas State University, earning her bachelor's degree in public relations with a concentration in sports media. Before joining our team in the Chancellor's office, Irvi had worked for the City of Kyle on their marketing and communications team, where she was responsible for their webpage, assisting with events, and contributing to media relations, among other duties. She also served as a digital media intern for Southern Texas PGA, where she ran multiple social media accounts and was a crucial component of the on-site tournament team. In her role in the Chancellor's office, her duties include managing our social media and digital platforms, leading various graphic design projects for internal and external stakeholder groups, and overseeing our branding for the TTU System Administration. She's been a wonderful addition, and we're already seeing the impact of her work through our updated website and an increase in social media engagement. So let's all welcome Irvi to the team. Next, we have Scott Lacefield. Scott, please stand up. As we say hello to our newest team member, we also share the bittersweet news of Scott Lacefield's departure from our team. Scott started a new chapter at Texas Tech University on May 1st, where he began in his new role as the Executive Director of University Partnerships and Brand Licensing. This move concluded more than 7 years of exceptional service and dedicated leadership at the Texas Tech University System Administration. Since 2017, Scott's commitment to collaboration and excellence has helped elevate the TTU System brand while highlighting the achievements of our component universities. He's been a trusted partner when navigating the various issues that arise in higher education and as a spokesperson for the TTU System, serving first as Senior Director before becoming Executive Director in 2019. This new role is a sort of homecoming for Scott. He first became part of the Texas Tech System family in 2010 when he joined Texas Tech Athletics Communications as an Associate Director before transitioning to the university's Office of Communications and Marketing as Director of News and Media Relations. In each of his roles, Scott's ability to cultivate relationships with our stakeholders has been a testament to his servant's heart and ultimately benefits the people we serve at our universities and in our communities. We know he will continue to be a collaborative partner in our efforts at the system administration, and we look forward to how he will excel in his new role at Texas Tech University. So please join me in thanking Scott for his tremendous contribution. And Scott, you'll notice throughout that, not once did I refer to you as Benedict Arnold. Next is Abby Brickey. Abby, please stand up. Abby just joined our leadership team as well. She's the Chancellor's Council team Senior Director. Abby joined our system in January of this year after serving in the private sector for many years. She brings a wealth of experience as well as a proven track record of building donor relationships that make all the difference for all of us in higher education. With more than 15 years of experience in sales and nonprofit fundraising, she has a passion and a history of advancing philanthropic endeavors that have significantly contributed to the success and sustainability of various organizations while elevating fundraising and critical community activities. As we try to strive for our goals for the Chancellor's Council, Abby will play a pivotal role in furthering its impact, which supports all 5 of our universities in our system by funding excellence as well as the highest needs. Her ability to create and nurture meaningful relationships makes her a true asset to our team. Abby is a 2-time graduate of Texas Tech University, earning a bachelor's degree in animal science from the Davis College of Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources, as well as an MBA from the Jerry S. Rawls College of Business. She also is a former development officer for Texas Tech and a passionate advocate for our system family, our stakeholders, as well as our generous supporters. This, along with her exceptional leadership and drive, will allow us to continue realizing even greater achievements for the Chancellor's Council for years to come. So let's please give Abby a round of applause. And regarding the Chancellor's Council, I want to thank each of the Regents for your support for the Chancellor's Council. And just as a reminder, we have our big celebration tonight in, what's the dress code? Colorful cocktail attire. Whatever that means, we're going to have it. Next, Dr. Naima Mustad Musa. Naima? This is a really exciting step forward for us with our One Health Institute. Dr. Mustad Musa is a Horn Distinguished Professor in the Department of Nutritional Sciences, as well as the Associate Vice President for Research at Texas Tech University. She also serves as the director of the Obesity Research Institute, or the ORI, which she co-founded in 2013, just 1 year after joining the university. Originally established as a research cluster within the university's College of Human Sciences, the Obesity Research Institute now serves as a central collaborative platform for obesity and health-related researchers across our entire system. This includes researchers from Texas Tech, the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, Schools of Medicine, Nursing, and Biomedical Sciences, as well as Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center at El Paso. Dr. Mustad Musa co-directs the ORI with Dr. Jeanette Dufour, TTUHSC University Distinguished Professor and Chair of the Cell Biology and Chemistry Department in the School of Medicine. These faculty members conduct interdisciplinary research to address the complexity of obesity from biological, behavioral, and environmental and societal aspects, as well as, and they've received national attention for this. Dr. Mustad Musa is nationally and internationally recognized for her scholarship and her service. She currently serves as Vice President-elect for the American Society of Nutrition and will become its president in August of 2025. She was also appointed in February of 2022 as a member of the National Academy's Board of Agricultural and Natural Resources. No stranger to interdisciplinary research herself, Dr. Mustad Musa has been a driving force for cross-institutional collaboration and instrumental in establishing the system-wide Institute for One Health Innovation. As you all know, the One Health Institute was recently established to coalesce all of our strengths system-wide under a powerhouse research and academic umbrella, building bridges between physicians, veterinarians, environmental scientists, engineers, nutritionists, and public health professionals that promote, improve, and defend the health and well-being of all species. The Institute serves the public by training scientists and health professionals in leading transdisciplinary research and developing innovative solutions for today's most pressing One Health problems, such as emerging infectious diseases, population and public health, obesity and cardiometabolic diseases, nervous system, neurological and psychiatric disorders, and cancer. There's one example of the interdisciplinary work that is so important for us that has recently been published in the New England Journal. And this morning upstairs I was going through my journals and saw that it's also been referenced in JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association. And this has to do with the highly pathogenic avian influenza outbreak. Our labs are the first ones to have reported a transmission of this from dairy cattle, mammals, to humans. So this is a perfect example of how a One Health approach to important environmental, societal problems is extremely important. It's part of the wheelhouse of what we do. As I mentioned, the testing for this transmission was first performed in one of our labs, and so this is something that's making not just national but international news with this. Dr. Mustedmus's proven track record of leading and growing interdisciplinary collaboration made her the perfect candidate to lead our One Health efforts, and I'm thrilled to announce that she's been named the inaugural executive director of the Institute beginning on July 1st. So let's give her a round of applause. And I have one last recognition, and this is Ms. Martha Brown. Martha, would you please stand up? Where is she? Yeah. I want to recognize someone you all know, and most of you have worked with her over the past 40 plus years. Martha Brown is our Vice Chancellor of State Relations in the Office of Governmental Relations here at Texas Tech University System. To put it more simply, Martha is a legend as well as an icon, both here within our system as well as in Austin and statewide in higher education. In her more than 4 decades with the Texas Tech University System family, she has served in various governmental relations and leadership roles, serving with a total of 5 chancellors, 21 presidents, and 6 governors. During that time, she's worked tirelessly to help us navigate the complexities of the state legislature, and is a testament to what an organization can accomplish when they have a servant leader like her in their corner. Martha has been a critical part of every major legislative effort that's impacted our system. When we became a system back in the late 90s, when we added Angelo State in 2007, when we established Texas Tech University Health Science Center El Paso in 2013, and when we added Midwestern State University in 2021. In addition to that, she was instrumental in helping to establish the National Research University Fund and now the Texas University Fund. Each session, she tracks thousands of bills and provides insight and guidance to our university leadership teams as they work to serve faculty, students, staff, and our communities. She possesses incredible foresight and has cultivated crucially important relationships as she has worked to best position our system, our universities, as well as higher education across the state. Her dedication to our system should come as no surprise, considering she is a 2-time graduate of Texas Tech University, earning a Bachelor's of Business Administration degree from the Rawls College of Business in 1975, as well as her law degree from the School of Law in 1979. For all that she has accomplished and all that she's given back to her alma mater as well as the system, in March of this year, Martha was named as a distinguished alumna of the School of Law. Martha, thank you for all your years of exemplary service and your continued excellence at the Texas Tech University System, and congratulations on this incredible achievement. And lest you think that Martha is all business, Janet and I were at the Carol of Lights celebration a few years ago, and we're all standing up there on the balcony, and my phone's buzzing in my pocket. And so all the choirs down there singing the songs, and Martha's texting me saying, "You're not singing." Anyway, that concludes my recognitions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chancellor. On a personal note, I had the honor of being in law school with Martha. She was a classmate of mine, and I would not have passed constitutional law. Her close proximity and my willingness to look over her shoulder was crucial in that effort. But she's given her life to this institution, and today in Austin, she would be recognized as probably the expert on finance of higher education in the state of Texas. And she's given her life to this institution, and I'm not sure thank you is enough, but to my dear friend, I want you to know how much we appreciate your good efforts and the beautiful things that you've done for this institution. Thank you, Martha. Ashley, do you have introductions or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. President Haney, please.
Yes.
Well, hang on, before Stacy does that, everybody has a copy of President Haney's new book. These copies are selling for $20 a piece, so if you'll just leave the money on your desk. Congratulations,
Thank
President
you.
Haney.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can tell you that privilege prevails at our house.
So this morning, I'm very pleased to recognize Dr. Beverly Stiles. She's not with us here this morning, but we nonetheless wanted to ensure that we recognize Dr. Stiles. She's a professor and chair of sociology in the Prethra Yeager College of Humanities and Social Sciences at MSU. And Dr. Stiles was recently named a 2024 Piper Professor. A first-generation student, Dr. Stiles is also an MSU alum, earning a Bachelor's of Arts in Sociology and Social Work from Midwestern State. She then completed her Master's in Sociology at Baylor University and her PhD from Texas A&M. Dr. Stiles exemplifies our faculty with a strong record of outstanding teaching, research, and service to the university and the community. I learned something recently that sheds light on Dr. Stiles' impact on students. Several years ago, a non-traditional student and a retired engineer in the community asked her if he could audit one of her classes. And she, of course, agreed. And over the next decade, he continued to audit everything she taught. And he took some others across the campus. But he was so inspired by her teaching that he established an endowed scholarship in her name for sociology students, acknowledging the pivotal role that she played in his educational and personal journey. The Piper Award is a prestigious honor and is bestowed upon only 10 professors in the entire state of Texas each year, really signifying and supporting and celebrating excellence in teaching. Dr. Stiles is the 8th MSU faculty member to receive this honor since its establishment in 1958. So congratulations, Bev, and thank you for your unwavering commitment to student success. We were so excited to welcome everybody to our campus for the board meeting in February that I failed to acknowledge and officially introduce an important member of our leadership team. It is with great pleasure that I announce Dr. Marcy Brown-Martson. We'll stand, Dr. Martson, stand up, as the permanent Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Midwestern State University. Following a national search, Dr. Brown-Martson assumed her role as permanent in January 1 of this year. Dr. Brown-Martson will be a familiar face to this group. She has served MSU for almost a decade as dean and then interim provost. Her tenure as both faculty and administrator and her vision for Midwestern State University are marked by her commitment to student access and success. Marcy joined MSU to helm the McCoy College of Science, Mathematics, and Engineering at MSU in September of 2015. Her academic journey is distinguished by a PhD in biological sciences from Purdue University and an MBA from Texas A&M Commerce. Before joining MSU, she held positions at the University of Dallas, where she contributed significantly as a faculty member, biology department chair, and associate dean of the College of Liberal Arts. Marcy's research interests bridge the realms of science and society, reflecting her multifaceted expertise. Her contributions include avian research in diverse locales such as Alaska, Alcatraz Island, and Costa Rica, as well as consultancy roles for the Perot Museum of Nature and Science and the Dallas Museum of Art. Her work also encompasses the study of rare orchids and their conservation efforts in Texas. Marcy was tapped to serve as interim provost in December of 22, and the campus and I were thrilled when Dr. Brown-Martson agreed to remove the interim descriptor from her title. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Brown-Martson on her appointment. And that concludes my introductions.
Thank you. President Skubanek.
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 introductions this morning. I want to begin with the Texas Tech University small co-ed cheer team, which captured its first national championship in Daytona Beach last month. The team, which consists of 4 men and 16 women, beat out North Carolina State, BYU, Louisville, and Kansas. Bruce Bills, who is here today, is the coach. And this is Bruce's 3rd national title. And we're also joined today by Stephanie Rode, who is the director of our Spirit programs and has done a fabulous job for many years. Stephanie or Bruce, would you mind introducing the members of the team that are sitting there in the back row?
Yes, we have 4 ladies. You want to stand?
Thank you. Would you please join me in congratulating all of these? Last Friday, we had the annual Texas Tech Equestrian Center Spring Roundup. I want to thank Chairman Griffin for being the MC of that event, and Regent Cash for his very generous, and he and Ashley for their very generous support of that event. And one of the programs in the Equestrian Center is the Ranch Horse Team. So we have another national championship to recognize. The Ranch Horse Team captured its 4th straight national championship at the National Intercollegiate Ranch and Stock Horse Association's National Championships in April. The team was judged on 4 disciplines: cow work, reining, ranch trial, and ranch riding. Congratulations to head coach Justin Stanton, who is joining us today, and all the members of the Ranch Horse Team. Finally, I want to share a video with you. This is involving another program in the Equestrian Center, the therapeutic riding. You know, so often things go on here at Texas Tech and across the system that really shows what makes this such a special place. It doesn't always make the headlines, but I think that this video regarding the Therapeutic Riding Center will speak for itself. And if you could show that now.
I think it's just kind of their spirit and their aura that they kind of give off. It's just so calming. Kids just want to be around them. A lot of these kids growing up are different. I've heard so many first words and I've seen so many first steps when doctors have told those kids, like, you're never going to do that.
Oh my gosh, he's so pretty. Hi, chaps. He's like, hello. My name's Meredith Crisp, and we come to the therapy center because our daughter Kylie rides horses here.
My name's Charlie Crisp. Been bringing my daughter Kylie out here for about 5 years. It started back in Big Spring when I was a teacher, and we own a restaurant, and I just brought her out here once a week and drove that drive just to get her out here.
I'm Kylie Crisp, and I go to Lubbock High School.
You ready to go?
I'm ready to go. Let's go, baby.
There you go. Awesome.
She's got Williams syndrome.
There's a small deletion in the chromosome 7.
She don't have like any muscle tone or cord.
Basically just lots and lots of delays. She's one of the lucky ones. She was not born with any heart issues. At about 4 years of age, she was diagnosed through a geneticist.
4, 5. Oh, you did 6.
When you get here, you feel like family, and they just tell you everything about the horses and the program. She just built a connection right away with the staff and the horses, and it's just been great ever since.
Whoa. How is that?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah?
Oh, it's so good. I love them because they're like family to me. Like, it's like second family. I'm very close with all of them. My instructor, Morgan, we've been together ever since I started riding. She helps me a lot. She's very kind and sweet and bubbly.
Kelsey, the volunteer coordinator office manager, came in one day and she was like, hey, I have a new rider. If you're interested, you can work with her. But the thing that really stuck out to me was Kylie had Williams syndrome. And so I really hold that diagnosis to heart because my twin brother has it. And so I just told Kelsey, I sat down, I was like, okay, I'm teaching Kylie for as long as she's here. If that's a week or if that's 7 years, I was like, I'm gonna do it.
She's just happy when she's here. The horses just give her that love. And she loves them too. Seeing her smile, this is the highlight of her week. It has been for the last 5 years. This is one of her best things that she loves to do. So it just makes her feel included. She's successful here at everything she does. She's a natural on horses. She's never been scared a day in her life of horses. She just goes right up to them. She rides them, doesn't, have a fear at all.
Once we started coming out here, she started building a lot more confidence, and basically, I guess, because she could walk better, do things better, so it built her confidence up.
So the butterfly's a little bit challenging.
I could do it.
You can do it. I believe in you.
What is that for your spirit as a dad?
Just makes you feel happy just to see them blossom and just be able to do things that they couldn't do before.
just seeing her grow into the woman that she's become has been so rewarding.
They've seen her like from 12 to she's almost 18 now, so they've seen her kind of grow up a little bit. So they're part of our family.
It's just really special because I feel you're doing the Lord's work. And I think that can also tie into people that donate as well. They may not be in the arena like I am every time teaching a lesson, like helping the kids, but they're helping them pay for those services so they can receive them.
Well, without the help of all everybody that's helped through the years with the center and the money they got to raise, I mean, my daughter wouldn't be where she is today.
Thank you. High five.
You did great today.
High five.
High five. You did awesome.
High five. High five. High five. Whew.
Morgan Keener, who was featured in that video, is here today. Please stand up. I also want to recognize Tengi Irwin and Kelsey Heinrich, who's volunteer coordinator, and all the staff at the Therapeutic Writing Center. And that concludes.
Lawrence, before we move off of this subject, in previous conversations, it has been brought to my attention that one of the challenges that exists at the therapeutic equestrian arena and the center is the fact that it suffers from not having insurance coverage or approval for the patients that participate in this program. And Dr. Mitchell, if you or Ross Spearman or Lawrence, I'd really like to see what a collaborative effort could be with maybe occupational therapy, physical therapy, on how we might, through Medicare or through some type of insurance program, actually move this up a category or two to bring other participants in. You see by the video, the efficacy is without question. Dr. Mitchell, can you give some guidance there?
Sure. When you think about therapeutic riding, hey, Tangi, by the way, how are you? It's a medical treatment. And there are things that happen that stimulate the neuromuscular systems in people that have a variety of different illnesses. And so there's an opportunity to work between Texas Tech University and the Health Sciences Center, and you just said it, for physical therapy, occupational therapy. There's a number of things you can use this for, and it's a medical treatment, just like other tools that they use for stimulating specific parts of somebody's neurological system or their musculoskeletal system for improvement, just exactly like this. So there's great opportunity with that.
I know the Therapeutic Writing Center has been very generous in allowing our OT and PT students opportunities to come out there and shadow and be a part of that. It's also used a lot with CP kids, cerebral palsy children as well, to help build their core strength. So we are very grateful for the opportunity to have our students in that area.
Am I making too big an ask here to see what we can do to get that?
No, our
get
challenge-
that coverage. I know
Yeah.
I know it's without its challenges. I know that.
Our challenge will be to work with those insurance companies to see if they see it as a recognizable method for therapy.
Well, every one of them, I'll have to sit down and watch this video. That might be helpful. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, you should realize that when the chairman of the Board of Regents makes a suggestion, it's never considered too big of an ask.
It's okay if it is.
Leave it to Lawrence.
Did he say ask?
He said, finished.
I did say please. Thank you. President Rice Spearman, please.
I have no introductions today.
President Lang.
Yes, sir, I have one. Dr. Harrell, would you please stand? John's way in the back. He's affectionately known on our campus as Dr. J, and although he was hired months ago, this is his first board meeting, so it's a great opportunity to introduce him. He's the Assistant Vice President of Student Services and Student Engagement at our medical center. Prior to coming to El Paso, he'd held numerous positions at Houston Community College, University of Houston, University of North Texas at Dallas, and Texas Southern University, which is where we recruited him from. John knows firsthand the value of education. He's First generation, he's a lumberjack. He graduated from Stephen F. Austin. His father is an Army soldier, and he credits a lot of his values from his grandfather, who was a farmer in the Mississippi Delta. John brings a great amount of experience, a tremendous amount of enthusiasm. He received his BBA at Stephen F. Austin, his MBA, and his Doctorate of Education in Executive Educational Leadership from Houston Baptist University. And he seeks, and I quote, to actively lead cutting-edge programs that drive student achievement, improve lives, and produce graduates qualified to enter the workforce or further university studies. And he's already making a big impact. John, we're glad you're with us. That's it.
Thank you for all those recognitions and introductions. We'll now move to our student government reports, and I want to welcome and have Cam Weezy present the report for Angelo State University. Welcome, Cam.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Cam Weezy. I recently served my first term as the Student Government Association's president for this past academic year, and I'm thrilled to announce that I will be able to serve my second term after winning my re-election for the next academic year. I will go ahead and begin with my presentation today, so bear with me. So first things first that I would like to talk about is the 96 elections for our Student Government Association, our election which concluded for the president and vice president ticket, as well as representative senators, completed on April 11th, and then our 96th session officially began on April 25th. As I spoiled it a little bit earlier, we do have a new vice president as they ran on the ticket with me, and we do have a new Senate. And then I'll touch upon our long-term goals for the 96th session later in this presentation. I would also like to talk about the Rammies, which I also spoke on at our last Board of Regents meeting. This occurred April 18th. It is a student and registered student organization and faculty awards ceremony in which our Student Government Association recognizes outstanding student leaders and faculty on our campus. This is also where we give out our Ram Family Student Scholarship, and we were able to give out 3 scholarships in the form of $500 to 3 outstanding students. And then for summer preparation and the end of the 95th, our Student Government Association is now smaller than what it used to be, as we had many graduate from our Senate, and now we are planning for summer recruitment at our new student orientations throughout this summer. And then for our leadership conferences and internal training, our exec team is planning on several workshops and attending several conferences this summer. One that we actually recently just had was our joint congress, which was led by our student regent, Steely Freeman. And it was a wonderful opportunity for our Student Government Association to not only network with other student governments in the Texas Tech University system, as well as find out the inner workings. And it was an honor to work with Steely for this past year. And so I'd really like to give her a huge shout out. And then for improving internally and externally for the next session, going over our internal processes and increased department collaboration for the future. As always, ASU is a values-based culture and uses our 5 university values to really guide and influence our decision-making processes. Are there any questions? Awesome, thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Zeta, candidate from MSU, presenting her report. Welcome.
Okay, well, short on my screen. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Zeta Kennedy. I'm kind of the oddball out today. I am giving my last presentation while you're getting some new presentations today, and then I will pass it over to our new executive officers on June 1st. So just some updates on our SGA activity. We had our final Student Senate meeting, and we ended with 2 fantastic pieces of legislation. One kind of giving some details on the implementation of a fall break, and then the other one, probably one y'all may not have heard before, but I kind of told our senators, I said, get out there, get creative, be innovative, listen to students. And we had a group of students who started a tetherball club on campus this year. Only problem is we don't have tetherball courts on campus. And so I had some senators bring legislation to get those put on campus alongside students who play tetherball, come to make sure that it got passed in our Senate. So I will say that they definitely hit the mark on creative, but it really just shows how innovative our student senators were this semester. And it was a great note to end on. Next up,
Did you get them?
They're on the way.
Yes.
I'm impressed you even know what a tetherball is.
Absolutely. But then we had our pre-flight festival and market, which I said was a fantastic event, was a super cool thing to see. So the Friday before the Guardians of Freedom Air Show, we had the community, our Air Force Thunderbirds out to campus to kind of celebrate and get people pumped up for the air show. It was a great turnout, a great market. We had SGA volunteers for it. And overall, it was just a really cool experience. I said we should do this every year. Didn't know it was that hard to get the Air Force Thunderbirds coming annually. But well, we're working on it again. And then we had our SGA banquet. So it's our end of year banquet. We say goodbye to our graduating SGA members, give out our annual SGA awards, and then just kind of wrap up the year. Next up, I really want to recognize all the work and our hard workers in our SGA this year. While I can gladly take the credit for everything SGA did, I won't, because it would not have been done without our amazing cabinet and student senate and our other executives. So in our student senate this year, we actually set 3 new records for MSU's SGA, which may seem small in comparison, but for us it was a really big deal. We had nearly 20 pieces of legislation considered. We gave out more than $5,000 to our student organizations. And just to put that into perspective, our student organizations are only eligible to receive $250 from us per semester. So that's a lot of student organizations we reached this year. And then we had more than 60 senators who actively attended and participated in meetings. We were hitting our capacity on our rooms, so might have to look on some room expansions next year. And then our cabinet. So I had a cabinet of 20 members this year, and these are the people who are tirelessly working behind the scenes to plan. We had more than 20 events that we were involved in or hosted. We had many new initiatives that kind of tend to work on the back half of we had this legislation passed, now how do we get it implemented? And then they also serve on numerous university committees for us. And then lastly, I can't go without recognizing my 2 vice presidents, Joey and Vincent. One is here with me today, Vincent. Generally, they are my partners in crime, because if there's all 3 of us at an event, it usually means trouble. But they are fantastic leaders, and I can't wait to see what they continue to do. So they are still around, but they have done, they are the ones that, when we show up somewhere, I know that it's going to be put together because they went and made sure things like the agendas were set out. We had the flags in the room, just little minute details that generally get passed over, but they're the ones that help do that. So. And then lastly, our new executive officers. So I am graduating on Saturday and passing the torch on. So our next president is our very own Vincent Peter. Our vice president of internal affairs is Monique Watkins, and our vice president of external affairs is Brianna Vidal. These 3 individuals are fantastic, did a great job in campaigning. It was a tough election year, but they did it, and they came out on top, and they are going to do great. I am so proud of them. So that's all I have. I am graduating. I just want to say thank you for all giving the opportunity to listen to students and allowing us to come speak and kind of give updates. And then I'm graduating and I'm headed off to law school in the fall. So thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Let me just say, the pre-flight festival, that student leadership on campus just knocked it out of the park. And in the debrief, the Thunderbirds said that was the best event they had attended, their favorite, and it will set the bar for everything else that they have. So shout out to our student government, and thank you very much.
That a thank you, congratulations. Next we'll hear from Abigail Vega, presenting the report for Texas Tech University. Welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Abigail Vega. And I'm the new Student Government Association President for Texas Tech University. Chairman Griffin and the members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you today. My name is Abigail Vega. I'm a junior in the Rawls College of Business, majoring in finance. And I am from Lovington, New Mexico. It is my honor to serve as the 100th Student Government Association President for Texas Tech University. Joining us this morning, we have Carter Arrett, our external vice president. He is from Ballinger, Texas, pursuing a degree in personal financial planning. Diego Alessio, our internal vice president, who is from Katy, Texas, and is pursuing a degree in economics as well as finance. And Kara Ashworth, our graduate vice president, who is currently attending Texas Tech Graduate School to get a master's in strategic communication and innovation. When our team began our campaign season, we sat down and tried to brainstorm the impactful ways that we could impact our student body and the initiatives that the student body would be interested in us following. So these consist of health and safety, academics and affordability, infrastructure and transportation, as well as engagement. Some of our ongoing initiatives consist of First Photo, a Red Raider experience, which many of you have heard about before. So we definitely find value in and recognize that students at Texas Tech value their time from the moment that they step on campus to the moment that they walk across the stage. So with this First Photo, a Red Raider experience, they're able to gain knowledge about Texas Tech and ways that they can get involved once stepping on campus. Next, we have the Eyes on the Horizon Graduate Walk, which will occur this evening. With this graduate walk, we are able to travel across campus, of course providing food from the Alumni Association in order to honor and recognize their hard work as they have accomplished throughout their college experience. Our next one is Fall Break. We will continue this initiative from this past year, which will be spoken about by Steely Smith later on throughout the day. Language inclusive signage, which is something that has been taken on from this past executive session, and this will just allow, we'll be partnering with orientation to allow for orientation signage to be kind of implemented as we are a Hispanic serving institution. Civic engagement, as we approach an election year, we want to kind of harp to our students the importance of being civically engaged as well as voting and registering to vote here within the city of Lubbock. Expansion of open educational resources, so allowing, of course, teachers as well as students to kind of eliminate or lessen that financial burden for students, especially as it's something that students really fight for coming to college. Another one of our initiatives is Tech Lubbock Community Day. So in efforts to encourage students' volunteerism, SGA held TLC Day on April 6th to provide students accessible opportunities to volunteer in the city of Lubbock. So across 8 different locations, 150 students were able to attend, completing over 450 community service hours across the board. With this, SGA received recognition by the city of Lubbock for these efforts, not only within this specific occurrence, but also just throughout the 59th session. Alongside this, we also completed the 9th annual Joint Congress, which was, of course, hosted by Steely Smith, as well as the 5 other TTU campuses across our system. And we came together to pass 3 different legislative pieces and address the needs of all 5 campuses. With that, I will open it up to questions. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today, and we are very excited to be able to serve the Texas Tech University main campus.
Questions, anybody?
Congratulations, and I know we can't wait to see what you'll do this next year.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Abigail.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Jesse Burnett, Texas Tech University Health Science Center. Here.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm the new president-elect for our TTU agency, SGA. I dragged Cheyenne Petty along with me, the past president. She got to sit in the car with me for 6 hours yesterday, so I just want to thank her for that. Go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and first introduce our new executive officers. Myself, I'm entering my 3rd year at the School of Pharmacy in Dallas, Texas. Ms. Erica Botcher is our new VP of Communications. She's going to be entering her 2nd year in our Physician Assistant Program in Midland. Ms. Jenna Kramer, she's our VP of Operations here in Lubbock in the PhD Rehabilitation Sciences Program. And lastly, our VP of Finance, Mr. Jacob McQuaid, also here in Lubbock, entering his last year in the Medical Laboratory Sciences Program. And I just want to highlight the diversity of programs we have on our Executive Officer Committee. And I know that our different perspectives coming from all the campuses will really help just reach new goals and kind of represent students better. We had the privilege of hosting our spring banquet here in Lubbock on April 28th, so just about a week and a half ago. As you can see from the photos, we had a wonderful time, and we had the privilege of honoring 48 faculty members with many different awards, which were voted on by students. And I think that just speaks a lot to how much our faculty really impacts us, and we're just so grateful for them. We also got to award senators with our President Awards of Excellence, honor senators of the semester who have gone above and beyond with their hard work this year. And our Community Service Committee also earned title of Committee of the Year. They have done an outstanding job of representing opportunities for all campuses, even distant students, which is something that we've been working hard to do to include them as well. And of course, instilling our new officers as well. I just want to highlight the scholarships that we have here. So our Double T Scholarship, in the fall semester we did have a t-shirt fundraiser, and then we also had our virtual 5K fundraiser, which concluded, I think, the mid of April. And we received over 700 applications and were able to give out $2,800 in scholarships. And then secondly, just highlighting again, I know Cheyenne spoke on this earlier, but our Endowed Phonathon Scholarship, our 500 applicants, and we gave out $71,000 in scholarships. So we were just so proud of that. So I just want to highlight that again. And then I just want to highlight as well some of the legislation and projects that we had towards the end of the year after the last Board of Regents meeting. As for congratulatory and action pieces, we wanted to highlight the new TTU HSC motto, the future of health, just kind of highlighting kind of the new era that we're stepping into. And I know on the Dallas campus we see that. We just had the ribbon cutting just a little bit ago. And secondly, the desire to create and implement programs to support first-generation students. I know for myself, I'm the first in my family to go to a graduate level program, as well as be in healthcare. So kind of a lot of new stuff for me and a lot of education we can offer families as well. And then our finance committee had the hard job of getting our budget to all of our student organizations across all of TTU HSC, so I just want to highlight that as well. And as for our projects, this was new, implemented by Ms. Cheyenne. So this was a way that senators could basically give like a roadmap to how we can get to a solution. Some of them just more accessibility to student supplies. One interesting one, a student wanted to address bird conservation here on the Lubbock campus, and as well as addressing maybe some limited Outlook email storage that's affecting students and faculty. And then lastly, just highlighting our senator involvement. This is something that we really harp on, and our senators participated in over 400 hours of community service. So I'm just so proud of all of them. From medication cleanouts that we hosted, health fairs, things of that sort. And then just coming up, we will have our retreat with the new executive officers, probably in Abilene, because we're spread out like probably the most that you could for TTU HSC. And again, just brainstorming ways to improve SGA and improve communication and engagement with all of our students. So yeah, does anybody have any questions?
Can she speak just briefly about the challenges because of the numerous campuses and the diversity that's a part of the Science Center with your leadership team, how y'all gather and how y'all effectively govern?
Yeah, well, so I will be entering my third year in the pharmacy. I was first a senator my first year, and then last year I was VP of operations, so I really got to see the more operational side, of course, but we do meet on Zoom every other week. I remember when it was just here on Lubbock, they would have half of them meet in person, half on Zoom, but once we moved all to Zoom, it's really helped kind of level that playing field. And I know for myself personally, I've only been in Lubbock a couple times, but our advisor, she kind of showed me around the TTU HSC campus, because when we're talking about legislations, like different areas that we can improve, like on campus, like new printers or something, I have no idea what like rooms that they're talking about. So that's another challenge that I know. So having not only people on the Lubbock campus, but also Odessa and Midland, that's so far from me in Dallas. And a lot of people don't know that there's a Dallas campus either. So yeah, there's just a lot of communication that we have to accomplish this year. It's a big challenge.
I know it is. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Anything else for Jessie? Thank you very much, Jessie. Chase Green, she is the president of the Texas Tech University Health Science Center in El Paso, could not make it here today, so we look forward to her report at hopefully our next meeting. So thank you all for your presence and your report today. We really appreciate it. Thank you. The next aspect on our agenda is kind of a bittersweet moment. This will be Steely Smith Freeman's last meeting with us as a student regent. And I want just a few words, if I might, to say thank you. But before I do that, I want to introduce her husband, Peyton. Peyton is a coach and teacher at Mason High School. Love their nickname, the Punchers. That's fabulous. And I kind of get the feeling that he may have been influential in moving Steely maybe a little forward in her career from ag business and a master's in that to education. So I think I got an indication from Steely last night that she will soon be superintendent of the Mason Independent School. She's already in charge at home. She'll formalize it in the professional field. But Steely, thank you. About the time the student regent finds their voice, we take the mic away. And you've just been a wonderful peer for us. And I also want to thank this board for their welcoming approach and how we collectively and they individually bring the student regent into this gathering on this board and make them feel so welcome. So to my colleagues, I say thank you, but you have been a bright star for us. Your smile, your engagement, you've carried on the tradition of being engaged and being active and being serious about this job. And I really always admire those youthful spirit like you who did not take your parents' advice is to be seen and not heard. Okay, thank you. You've brightened our day. We're better because you came our way, and you have, I think, carried on this rich tradition of what a student regent really ought to be, and set a high bar for your successor. So, Steely, thank you very much. We miss you. We may have a special assignment for you in the future. You'll also want to know that Steely is expecting in October. So the fun is just about to begin. Steely, thank you very much.
And my husband and I stand in solidarity that even though we live in UT country now, that we are still going to raise Texas Tech system babies.
Is that plural or singular?
One right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'll just start off by saying thank you to every single board member and even the presidents and chancellor and administration. Y'all have all been great role models for the type of leader and servant that I hope to become one day. So thank y'all for being welcoming and paving the way for our students. So I really appreciate that. I'm excited to share a little bit about what we've gotten to accomplish this year, and especially working with the SGA presidents. I think all of y'all have been awesome to work with, because I know it hasn't always been easy, but we started our group chat after the first meeting, and sometimes those can be crickets in group chats, but thankfully I think ours was very productive, and y'all probably heard from me more than y'all originally thought or wanted, but I thought it was really productive. So when I'll start a little bit off of my vision for joint session and kind of where it began. So when I first sat down with the chancellor, he made it very clear from the very beginning the values of the Texas Tech system, and I appreciated that and respected that. Something that I further learned more into my service in this role, interacting with student regents from other systems, is that not every system functions like the tech system does, and I'm thankful for the way the tech system functions. I think the tech system does a great job, and the chancellor does a great job of making this a unified front, making it a family, and that our schools don't feel like they have to compete with each other. We utilize each other's strengths, and and we value and appreciate each of our university's strengths and weaknesses and uniquenesses. And I think that is very important. So I soon realized that our administration does a great job of coming together and working together for our students. And so I wanted to start implementing that more so at the student level. And I thought joint session was a great way to achieve that when we have a lot of our student leaders from all of our campuses coming together. I see Mr. Sosland in the back, and I want to give him and his office a shout out, because without them, they helped a lot behind the scenes in getting this event planned and giving great ideas. And also Jason and Scott, who were here that Saturday. They gave up one of their Saturdays to come be with our students and help lead them through this joint session. So some things that changed about joint session. So when I had my first meeting, after every meeting, I try to take the SGA presidents out to lunch to just interact with them, since that's really the only time I get to see them in person. And from our very first meeting, I asked them what the big issues going on in campus were and things that they were passionate about. And I quickly realized that a lot of them were very similar and had a lot of common denominators. So I said, guys, let's work together then to achieve these goals instead of working individually. We'll be stronger as a unified front. And that's again why joint session, I think, is so important. So we started talking about joint session, and I reached out to past student regents, kind of asking how joint session was and how it was run when they did it. And I quickly learned that it's been different every year, I think, which caused a little bit of confusion in where to even start and how to go about planning and utilizing joint session. So the first thing that we decided to do was to create guidelines for our joint session to kind of help set that foundation for how joint session should run and just a little bit more of the logistical side to make it flow a little bit easier. The other things that are different about this joint session from the past is we moved it from the middle of the week to a Saturday. And I know that is not always ideal, but we felt for our students, in order to give majority of our students and our student leaders an opportunity to come, Saturdays would be better, so they wouldn't have to miss class, especially since most of our students have to travel to come to this event. So I think a Saturday really helped. I think we had over about 50 to 60 students participate, which was about 4 times more students that we had in the past. So I was really, really happy with those numbers. The other main thing that was different and I think contributed to having a lot more students participate this year was, in the past, it hadn't been funded. And so students had to pay their own way, their travel, their food, to come participate in joint session. And I want to thank the Chancellor and his office because they graciously helped us fund this event as far as the food. We had the meeting here in this room, and they helped with hotel accommodations for our students traveling in as well. And I think that made all of the difference. So I want to thank Chancellor Mitchell, Daly, and Christy for helping plan all of that, because I think it made the world of difference, and they all were super, super appreciative of having that taken care of. So a little bit of what we did during the day was I started off by talking a little bit about the Texas Tech system and the Board of Regents and kind of the role of what the board does in the system, because in my position I've learned that more students than not know what the board is and what they do, really. So I took the opportunity to share a little bit about that and even the student regent position. After that, and particularly the reason I wanted to share about the student regent position to these students is, one, I also realized that a lot of students don't know that there's a student regent, but I thought that these students participating in this joint congress would be great candidates for the student regent one day. So I wanted to share a little bit about that. And our morning session is whenever we had our values initiative with Mr. Sosland's team, and Jason and Scott were in attendance. So the reason we wanted to do this is I thought this would be a great way of, again, unifying our students and showing them the similar values that they all share, even though they all go to different universities. And I made it very clear that this wasn't to take away from the school's values and the system's values that are already in place, and that we honor, we respect those values and appreciate those values, but just as a way to unify the students. And I also thought it would be interesting for the board to see, for the presidents to see what our students are valuing. And so our students had great feedback for Jason and Scott. They absolutely loved them, and I could tell, trusted them, and they were super open and honest with their beliefs and feelings. So they had nothing but high praise to say for that. Each of the regents and the presidents should have a copy, and the chancellor a copy of the values that Scott and Jason and Mr. Sosland helped create the layout for. After that, we solidified our guidelines, which I will say Eric Bentley's team also did help start that process with the guidelines, just because we didn't even know where to start. I know they can go into a lot more detail with the guidelines, but we kind of just set a base format for now, and we know that they can always go back and add more or alter anything in the future. And then we went over 3 bills. We decided to just focus on 3 bills that students from every university valued and thought was important. So again, these are the values that our students collectively decided were important to them. And I think it's cool to see the similarities with the university and the system's values, and then maybe even seeing the differences in how our students define a certain value might be a little bit different than how they were defined before. But so we have service, transparency, visionary, integrity, and community, and then we defined those and created action items. Setting our guidelines, again, were pretty basic. So we laid out how the meetings worked. We laid out the responsibilities of the student government presidents and the student regent for as far as planning the joint session, and then just procedures and amendments. Again, they're very brief guidelines, but they can always go more in depth later on. So later on, I will send a copy of each of the bills in detail to the regents and the presidents, but I'll just kind of summarize them for now. So our first bill was about a fall break. I know you've heard several of our universities talking about that. That was something that our students came together and decided they want to start working towards implementing a fall break. It's something that a lot of universities have implemented and more are starting to implement. And that was something that our students feel like would be helpful for their mental health and things like that. So again, the bill goes into more detail that I'll share with y'all later. Our second, which I thought was interesting just from personal experience in this area myself as a student, but AI has become so prevalent, and so we've created a bill that would have professors just identify their expectations and definitions of AI in their syllabus. I've had one professor actually do that, and I thought it was very helpful. They had a different outlook on AI than I thought. Their outlook was basically, you can use AI, but cite it if it's AI, which I thought was an interesting take. I hadn't heard that before, but since every professor has a different view and take on AI, we thought it would be helpful for our students to just get that clear definition and understanding in the syllabus beforehand. And then finally, having digital student identification cards. So most of our campuses, our students get our student ID. This basically would not replace the student ID, the physical copy, but allow them to have a virtual option on their phone as well. I know me personally, I lost my ID a lot when I was in college, so this could help with that. This also was brought up that it could potentially be beneficial for distant students. A lot of distant students who don't get those physical IDs but still occasionally will visit the campuses might be beneficial for them as well. So again, thank you. Again, I want to thank the leader and culture development team in the Chancellor's office for helping make this possible. I think it'll just continue to get better from here. So most of our student body presidents were there and their vice presidents, so I don't know if y'all have anything that y'all would like to add. I know some of y'all have gone to joint session for several years. But thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in today's environment, I don't think I can emphasize enough the importance, the role that you play in listening and acting as an advocate for all of our students across the board. And as it pertains to the student regent, your role is as equally as important as any of ours that sit up here. Although you're leaving, just know that what you guys do day in and day out, and keeping kind of an ear and listening to those students is very, very important. It is not lost on us for that, and we appreciate your leadership in that. And Steely, we appreciate your leadership too. The best of luck to you and to Peyton. He's going to need it more, but you guys, you really have done a wonderful job. So thank you very much.
Any other comments for Steely?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
I mean, one of the things that impressed me with Steely is she's the first regent we've had like that was remote. I mean, not from one of the campuses, but remote herself.
Yes.
And it's remarkable how she was able to pull things like this together, not being on one of our campuses. So she's done a remarkable service for the SGA as well as for the Regents. So thank you for that, Steely.
And Steely, you should know that we're very proud that you're a Red Raider. Based on your history of accomplishments, we look forward to the impact you'll have on this institution and this system for years to come.
Okay, there being no other questions or comments, the meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene today after our last committee meeting adjourned. So now we will move into the committee meetings. All regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent serves as a member of the ACS committee and as mandated by state law as a non-voting member of the board. Actions resulting from the items from each committee are final and do not require additional approval by the full board. We will begin with the Facilities Committee. Regent Womble serves as the chair and Regent Acosta as the vice chair. Regent Womble, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 9th, 2024.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. We've got a busy day with a lot of presenters. I made fun of Ginger. I see she left now, but last time. So we're going to be expeditious with our Facilities Committee. We'll start with item number 1, and Billy Breedlove, please present item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 1 is at Angelo State University. This is to approve the total project budget for the Mayer Museum expansion project and accept the competitive seal proposal contract sum. So this is the campus site map that'll show you where the Mayer Museum is. And this is the rendering of the expansion that we're proposing today and seeking approval of. So this is the site plan of the Mayer Museum, and you can see the blue is the existing Mayer Museum that we completed back in January of 2021, and then the proposed expansion that has about 4,500 square feet of conditioned space, and it's got a covered patio with some stamped concrete. This is a little bit closer of the floor plan. You can see the majority of this space is the event and gallery space, and then you can see the outdoor space also. So the project background, ASU originally thought this was going to come under $4 million, which would classify it as a minor project. The construction documents were issued, so the design was done, issued on February 28th for proposals. Proposals came back in March. There were over $4 million for the total project budget. So Cody called me and said, hey, I've got one that's gone from minor to major. We went through the process, and we're bringing it to you today for Facilities Committee and for board approval. So the project overview is to provide about 4,500 square feet of multi-purpose expansion to the southwest corner of Angelo State University Mayer Museum building. And it's going to have really the general event space is the big space, but it does have a cafe, storage, a restroom, and end-wall display cases for exhibits. So the project budget, the institutional expenditures ASU had already expended, and we're having the additional request of $4.3 million for construction for a $4.5 million total project budget. So the recommendation is to transfer the project from ASU to FPNC, accept the competitive seal proposal contract sum, increase the budget by the $4.3 million for a total of $4.5, waive the CM agent, waive the landscape enhancement, waive the board directed fees for public art, and then we'll report the project to the THECB and award a competitive seal proposal agreement. The total project budget includes the institutional's previously authorized expenditures of $197, and this is all funded by gifts. That's the recommendation.
Are there any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Please proceed with Mr. Jim Brett Campbell and present item number 2.
Thank you. So this is to approve the concept and authorize expenditures of the National Ranching Heritage Center's Red Steagle Institute project for design professional stage 1 design services. We're just now getting started on this project. Jim Brett and the board have been working on this, and this actually went through we evolved by doing a master plan at the Ranching Heritage Center that was completed back in June of 2023. So you can see the grayed out area is the existing facility, and then the red roof area is a proposed institution. There's a lot of work done on the site. As you can see, we're trying to enhance the front entrance so you can find this place. Move the Gibson Park, where all the steers are, out to the 4th Street, and then improve transportation and pedestrian access and movement through the facility, and also help everybody find the front door of this facility. So this is kind of where it started, and the red roofed area has about 27,000 gross square feet. So this is kind of some renderings, concept only, of what we're thinking this thing might look like.
Billy, is this taking up the space where we've seen the javelin or the discus or shot put area?
Yes, sir. And Jim Brett has worked with the president and also Kirby. You want to make a comment? President Skuna?
Yeah, we would move that probably, maybe possibly to the green space across from baseball. And so we've had those discussions with Kirby, and there's no issues there.
I was just trying to get a location site for the.
Yeah, you can see this expands all the way to Flint Avenue. So you're correct. So these are renderings. I just wanted to show a little bit about what came out of the master plan. This is the main entrance going into the Institute. And then here's a lot of the artisan court, what we think it might look like. And so back in November of 23, the board passed the honorary naming for the Red Steagle Institute. And I could read all of this right here, but I'd rather bring up Jim Brett, the executive director for the Ranching Heritage right here, to really tell you about the dream.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Billy. Appreciate this opportunity. Please don't tell my mom that I'm wearing my hat indoors, but it seems appropriate for the moment. So, no, we really believe that the Red Steagle Institute for Traditional Western Arts is a transformative project, certainly for the National Ranching Heritage Center, but also for Texas Tech University, the city of Lubbock, and the South Plains in general, because we'll be bringing aspiring artists in painting, sculpture, photography, leatherworking, bit and spur making, and also prose and poetry and songwriting to learn from an assembled class of masters in each one of those disciplines to pass forward how that we conduct and perform those kinds of traditional Western arts, so that 50 years from now, people will know how we lived and how the Western culture developed. But it's really about more than just passing down those actual skills. It really is about passing forward the values and culture of cow country to continued generations. And we feel like, certainly in the state of the world today, that's really important, that we are able to share the integrity and determination and grit that was developed in this part of the world as it has developed in the past 200 years of ranching, and that we share that with the world. And so we're going to be bringing prospective artists in from all over the country, in addition to students from Texas Tech, to train with artists here in Lubbock, and the building is a conduit. And for us to be able to facilitate that training and knowledge transfer so that we can share this values and culture for generations to come. So thank you for partnering with us. We're so grateful to all those who have come alongside us to help fund this contribution already and to fund Stage 1 design. We continue to have conversations and we'll make this happen. So thank you for all of your work to get us down this road.
JB, I've been lobbying the chairman if we wear our snoots on up here, and they won't. He's reluctant.
Yeah.
But I'll be the first one if he ever does. So,
absolutely.
Like your.
Jim Brett, I'm not going to tell your mom about your cowboy hat indoors, but I am going to tell her about that beautiful red tie you have on.
No, thank you,
gotta know
Tim.
about
Thank you. That also seemed appropriate for the moment. So, any additional questions that I could answer?
This is a significant project, and I know you briefly went over some of the aspects to it, but I think that was just the hem of the garment of what this.
Yes, sir. No, it
it
is certainly a transformative project for us, Chairman Griffin, to be able to expand our national footprint. We're already being able to have conversations with folks that we might not have had access to because of the reach of our friend Red Stegall. Red has friends across the country and is enabling us to just get the word out about the National Ranching Heritage Center in addition to building the Red Stegall Institute.
We want to think it's tech-centric, and it is, but man, this thing goes way beyond
yes,
the
sir.
campus that it will exist on.
Absolutely.
And it really does open it up to a different, a lot of the things that we do at the National Ranching Heritage Center are somewhat West Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico centric, and this really does broaden from East Coast to West Coast. It's got a different, Red brings a different, he brings a different element, a different group, that this thing is much larger than we anticipate. So neat project. So
good luck.
And also, Mark Kirkpatrick, the president of the Ranching Heritage Association, was going to try to be here, but he's gathering bulls this morning, so he couldn't be here.
He's an Aggie.
He's an Aggie, but he's gathering bulls. But his support and the board support's been really great on this. Not many of us can use that as an excuse to miss a meeting, so maybe Regent Cash. So the project budget is $514,000. That's for design stage 1. We do have a long way to go in fundraising efforts, but what this will do, this will help develop our cost. It'll also help develop some fundraising material and some programming about what's going to be included in this space and how big this space needs to be. So the recommendation is to approve the concept for the project and authorize the designee to approve the expenditures of $514,000, and that's for design stage 1. And we're anticipating the project budget of $28 million, award the design professional agreement, authorize stage 1 design services. And this will be funded with gifts, sir.
Are there any questions for Billy or the proposal? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Kramer and Mr. Hocutt, please present item number 3.
Thank you, Regent Womble. We're here to seek the approval of the naming within the new south end zone at Jones AT&T. Those of you that have been on the Marcia Sharp probably have noticed that there's 2 cranes out there, a very large, significant double T that towers over that stadium, so progress has gone very well. We have multiple donors, and you can see them listed here, that have contributed to that south end zone facility. This is the view from the field. Kirby's going to talk about some of the donors that he wants to recognize here at the podium.
There's also, I should note that in the facilities committee packet, you actually have some more detail on these rooms and names in the packet presented earlier.
Yep. Thank you, Regent Womble. Thank you, Patrick. Good morning. Texas Tech Athletics, as we know, is very fortunate to have some of the most passionate and generous fans in all of intercollegiate athletics, and what we get to celebrate today is another testament to that generosity. Red Raider Nation continues to show their support and excitement for Texas Tech football. Recently, we announced that season tickets for the upcoming 2024 season are sold out, which is very exciting to have that. And then with this stadium expansion project, the interest in the premium offerings and inventory continue to be at an all-time record. We have 102 stadium suites in Jones AT&T Stadium right now. 102. That's ranks at the top of the college football world. All of those suites are occupied. We have waiting list for interest already built up. We have 100 loge boxes sold out, waiting list already established, over 2,000 club seats that also have waiting lists built up. What just a couple of years ago was a vision towards this enhancement and investment towards Texas Tech football is now becoming a reality, as Patrick said, right in front of our eyes. But I can't talk and recognize and celebrate the donors without my mind going back to 2001 in October, and Regent Womble stepping forward with a transformational gift for the Womble Football Center and a vision of what that facility and investment could be. And then just a month and a half, 2 months later, Regent Campbell stepping forward with another transformational gift, saying, let's expand upon that vision of not only the Womble Football Center, but the South End Zone project. So I appreciate and want to thank Regent Campbell, Regent Womble for your vision and the initial investment to make this reality happen for Texas Tech athletics. Regent Culp also want to recognize and say thank you for your ongoing generosity, as so many of our regents, to Texas Tech athletics, but specifically towards this project as well. Thank you. So these donations kicked off what is the largest project in Texas Tech athletic history and one of the largest in college football. The generosity of our donors that we'll celebrate have allowed us to raise over $103 million towards these projects. We anticipate by the time the season kicks off, we'll be able to celebrate $115 million in private donations towards this project. So this morning, just to highlight a few of the many naming opportunities that are before you, we'll start in the South End Zone at the premium concourse level. And this space will be named in recognition of the generosity of John and Tracy Sellers. And again, this is the premium concourse level in the South End Zone. John Sellers is a former Red Raider football player, and alongside Regent Campbell is the co-founder and co-CEO of Double Eagle Holdings, which they have built to be one of the most successful oil and gas development companies in our country. His wife, Tracy, may have been the better athlete in the family, where she was a softball player from 2001 to 2003. Tracy started 89 games as a member of our softball program and is very passionate about Red Raider softball. John and Tracy have given over $11 million since 2012, supporting Texas Tech football as well as softball. John's also a supporter and a board member of the Matador Club, our official collective for Texas Tech athletics. This is going to be a first-class space, and we sincerely appreciate the generosity of John and Tracy Sellers. The next slide gives you a view of the South End Zone Field Club. This is going to be such a beautiful space where donors can congregate for food, beverage before the game. It's field level. It will be like an experience that we've never had in Jones AT&T Stadium before. You'll be able to come out of the field club and you're at field level right behind the goalpost in the South End Zone. This field club is going to be named after Gary Peterson. Gary is a very proud Red Raider, founder of NCAP Investments and Energy in Houston, Texas. Gary's a minority owner of both the NFL Houston Texans as well as Major League Baseball's Houston Astros. He's a great longtime supporter of Texas Tech athletics, has given over $19 million to Texas Tech athletics since making his first donation in 1986. His most recent gift of $10 million towards the South End Zone project was one of the first commitments alongside Regent Womble and Regent Campbell that we received to making this vision a reality in front of us. This will be an important space. This will also be where our football team enters the field. Before each game, you'll see the saddle that has been a tradition and customary for each member of our team to touch that saddle as they run out onto the field. So that will be placed right outside the South End Zone Field Club here as well. So we sincerely appreciate the generosity, continued generosity of Gary Peterson, and this will be a great recognition for all he has done for Texas Tech athletics. Iconic to our campus are the bell towers, which we ring after every victory on the administration building, and we are bringing those iconic bell towers to the South End Zone project here. Each bell tower will be named for tremendous donors and supporters, John Billingsley and Mike Wallace. Mr. Billingsley is an accounting graduate of Texas Tech University. He's the chairman and CEO of the holding company JBB Advanced Technologies. He's also the founder of Tri Global Energy and has recently built 10 wind farms within 90 miles of Lubbock, Texas. Mr. Billingsley has pledged $5 million towards the South End Zone project and is a very passionate Red Raider and looks forward to Texas Tech's football success in the coming years. To recognize his generosity, one of the bell towers will be named for Mr. Billingsley. Mr. Mike Wallace is a great friend of so many of us and a very proud Red Raider. He's a petroleum engineering graduate from Texas Tech, very successful and owner of several oil and gas companies and businesses, including Wallace Family Partnerships. He travels to every home football game. He travels to many of the football away games. He supports Texas Tech football, Texas Tech basketball, Texas Tech golf. He's given over $5 million to our recent football projects with the South End Zone and the Womble Football Center. We're very proud to call Mike a friend. We're very proud that Mike's name's going to be on one of the iconic bell towers in the South End Zone. So again, we thank all of the donors who have made this a reality for Texas Tech athletics, and excited to recognize a few specific ones here this morning. Thank you, Kirby. So recommendation today is to approve the naming within the new South End Zone at Jones AT&T Stadium as outlined in that agenda that Regent Womble was talking about. The donors concur with their approved name. Signage and space will specify the approved name in accordance with TTUS and TTU naming standards.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Is there a motion to approve the item as
I have
presented?
one comment. This is the first I'd heard that we're naming a bar after John Sellers. And I can't think of anything more appropriate than to name a bar after that character. So, nice work there.
It still needs to be voted on. So.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm in favor of it.
Chairman Womble, may the record show that I have a conflict with item number 3, and I'll abstain from voting on this item.
Thank you, Regent Cole. All right, now, is there any other discussion? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Hocutt, please continue with item number 4.
Item number 4 is to approve the naming within the new Dustin Womble Football Center. As you're driving down University, you'll see steel up on that as well, so moving right along with that project. Multiple donors have given financial commitment to this through the Red Raider Facilities Foundation. Again, this is a big accomplishment. At this point in time, I just want to take a brief second, and I know that Andrea Tyree is in the room. Between her and the rest of the Red Raider Club and the activity you can see both on all these slides, just the activity that the athletic department, from the AD to Andrea to all of her fundraisers, a tremendous effort has gone into this project and renovations that we have going on to transform our football facilities. So some recognition to her. Kirby. Thank you, Patrick. Yesterday, we had an opportunity to walk with our Board of Regents through the South End Zone and the Womble Football Center project. Coach McGuire was with us, and you can't help but feeling energized and excited about the future of Texas Tech football when you're around Coach McGuire. And he shared with us yesterday, this Womble Football Center is a difference maker. It's a differential thing that will separate us from our opponents. It's going to be world class. In recognizing Andrea and her fundraising team, Patrick, thank you for doing that. I also want to give a special recognition to the chairman of the Red Raider Facility Foundation, Chris Huckabee. Chris has led these projects. He's been our head coach with these projects, and just appreciate his leadership and all that he has done. Again, just to recognize a couple of our donors with the Womble Football Center, and I appreciate Cody's comments about John Sellers. And one thing I wanted to say about John and Tracy, as well as the naming opportunities that we're going to mention with the Womble Football Center. When you have former student athletes step forward in such a generous and monumental way, that's special. I think that speaks to the Red Raider spirit, how important Texas Tech athletics is to those that have come before us. And to have Regent Campbell step forward in a historic way, John and Tracy Sellers step forward in such a tremendous way, just speaks volume about the Texas Tech Red Raider athletic family. And along that same line, we're so excited to be able to recognize the new locker rooms within Texas Tech football after the Scoville family. The John Scoville family. John Scoville is a member of our Athletic Hall of Fame. He was a starting quarterback for the Red Raiders his junior and senior years, was a member of the Texas Tech Board of Regents. Diane, John's much better half, was Miss Texas Tech and a twirler during her time here at Texas Tech, and they are both great Red Raiders and take a lot of pride in this campus as well as this athletics department. The Scovilles have 3 sons, all who attended Texas Tech and all who played football here at Texas Tech. Field Scoville, King Scoville, and Dupree Scoville, all are great Red Raiders. King is actually a board member on the Red Raider Facility Foundation that has been leading the development of the South End Zone and the Womble football facility. The Scovilles have been very generous to Texas Tech athletics through the years and have recently given over $5 million towards our football program and our athletic facility development. The Players Lounge in the Womble Football Center is going to be a great space for our football players to hang out, to relax, to connect with one another. I believe this is going to be a place where they spend a lot of their free time. I believe it will be a destination that they will seek out during time between classes or before practice, etc. And this space, again, is named after 2 letter winners, Rudy Renda and Tim Wynn. They were teammates at Texas Tech from 1997 to 1999. They were members of the team in legendary Spike Dykes last year. Rudy was a fullback, Tim was a tight end, and they became very close friends during their time here, played in 3 football bowl games during their time at Texas Tech. Now they have purchased and are leading Southland Holdings, which is one of our country's largest tunneling companies, and have grown that to be a very, very successful business, and they have been extremely generous to Texas Tech athletics. So we're very proud to have 2 former football players' names on our current football team lounge space. So with that, thank you all for letting us celebrate these monumental gifts and such tremendous investment into Texas Tech athletics. Thank you, Kirby. Tim Wynn also serves on the Texas Tech Foundation board as well, so he's a great asset to us on several activities that we do. So the recommendation in front of the Regents today is to approve the naming within the new Dustin R. Womble Football Center as outlined in the agenda. The donors concur with their approved room name. Signage for the space will specify approve the name in accordance with TTUS and TTU standards.
Any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 5.
So item number 5 is to approve expenditures for the renovation of room B60 in the Dorothy and Todd Aaron Medical Sciences Building and a new building for the TTUHSC School of Health Professions and Physicians Assistant Program projects, and we're moving into design stage 2. This is, oops, that's the wrong way. This is on the Midland College campus, and I wanted to kind of go back and refresh your memory. So the blue building is the existing building that's on campus. The red was the recent additions that we did in August of 2022. And then the yellow stars where we're looking at this new building. And then there's a new road that we actually just completed. That's in purple, and that's a picture of that, ties into Garfield Street. And then on the Midland College campus at the Fox Road intersection by their softball field. So the project overview, this is for the renovation portion of this project since there's 2 scopes. Project will renovate B60, which contains 2,690 square feet located within the Dorothy and Todd Aaron Medical Sciences Building on the college campus. Reconfigure the existing 99-seat tiered lecture room, and then we're gonna change that into just a ADA testing center, and you can kind of see what the renovation's gonna look like. It's a tiered classroom now. We'll leave the ceiling, we'll tear out all the concrete that's in the tier portion, and then move it over to just a flat room, as you can see on the right. This will look like this on the floor plan. There are 15 ADA testing rooms on there, and they're 10.6 by 10.6 is basically the area there, and this will give them great testing center that they're in desperate need of. And so it's going to look like this, the concept rendering. We're going to have these, we're going to put the ceiling in, we're going to paint the ceiling, leave the majority of the ceiling for where the traffic area is, and then we're going to have all the individual offices so you can see the testing spaces there on the bottom right. And then for the new building, this will construct a 1-story building, about 10,000 square feet, again, for the physician assistant program. And this facility is programmed basically for the administrators, faculty, and staff. It also has a great meeting area in it too. Lobby, waiting, reception areas, this large multi-purpose meeting room which supports conference seating. We can subdivide that also. Catering, FF&E, dean's office, along with faculty be there, and some other ancillary spaces. So this is kind of where the building's going to sit, and it's white, so you can see that. You can also see the new road up there that we also put in, and it's kind of got a really cool space. You can see the people there, a good front door space leading into this area. So this is pretty much what the floor plan's laying out. There's 27 offices there, and then you can see the large conference and meeting room down at the bottom. So this is the request. The first column was for the new road and for stage 1 services. The additional request is for stage 2 design services of $1.3 million for a revised budget of $3.8 million. And then the recommendation is to approve the expenditures of $1.3 for a total of $3.8 million. And this is also CCAP funded, so we've got $18.7 million total for this project. Amend the design professional agreement, authorize stage 2 design services, and then a total expenditure of $3.8 million. Again, we're gonna fund this first with RFS and then be paid off with the CCAP legislation. That's the recommendation.
Any questions from Billy on this item? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 6.
Yes, sir. So this is at TTUHSC here in Lubbock. This is to approve the concept and authorize the expenditures of the TTUHSC Lubbock 5B West Research Lab renovation project. And we're looking for design professional stage 2 services. This is CCAP also, so it's funded by the state legislation. And this is where it's located, right in the middle on the 5th floor in the B pod. So this is the existing floor plan that we're looking at. And so when we went into this, the project team really came up with a really cool idea to basically build a flexible box in this area to mainly get rid of all of the interior walls there. This will provide, what I'm going to show you in a few minutes, a lot of flexibility in that space where when researchers come in or out, and based on their funding and what kind of work they're doing, we've kind of got a really neat looking concept of how this can be changed around and not do a whole lot of major reconstruction services. So on the box on the left, that's the example, a big box, perimeter walls, so you can see the outside areas that are fixed. That's going to have like sterilization equipment, hoods, touchdown spaces, meeting rooms. This is for all the different researchers and other people on that floor to be able to utilize that space. In the middle, you can see the reflective ceiling plan, and you can see all the red boxes that are in there. Those are the utility connections that you see on the right. So you're going to have gas, vacuum, domestic hot and cold water, and DI. And then below the floor, we're also going to have the sewer system and water systems too. So there's 88 red boxes shown on there, and they can be moved around too. So you basically start with that concept. A researcher comes in, tells them what they're doing. You pick whatever, there's dozens of those, and you can move them over into that space to whatever fits their needs. That's an existing lab and hallway. This is what it's going to look like. And we have movable partitions on the right.
Billy, the walls, they're
movable,
removable all the way, they go all the way to the ceiling?
All the way to the ceiling.
And then you can store them if, I mean, you have so many for a particular, for that space.
Exactly.
And then you can configure them any way that you want them.
Right.
With relatively
quick. Can be done very quickly. You see all the equipment's on rollers too, so you can move it around. We've actually got 2 more lab spaces with CCAP money. So this is the first that we're going to try this, and then we're going to see if it goes on to the second and the third, or it might be some kind of hybrid. We're going to find that out. So scope services, design stage 2 for design development, CDs, CA, and statement of probable cost and project schedule. Project overviews, that 13,670 square feet. It's going to have BSL2, BSL2 plus labs, FF&E. We're going to be working all the MEP in there too, and renovate it for flexibility and for different room configurations. So the additional ask is $880,000 for $1.1 million. That's for design services. Authorized Chancellor designee to approve the expenditures of the $880,000 for the $1.12 million for a budget of $11 million. Design development agreement, stage 2 design services, and it's going to be paid with CCAP. That's the recommendation.
Any questions for Mr. Breedlove?
Billy, what are you seeing on pricing now? Any indicators?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of flattening out. When I look at the producer price index, I look at 16 different pricing columns. 6 went up last month, and the rest of them stayed kind of level. So the pricing's level. There's still a lot of escalation since February of 2020, but we're seeing that kind of level out. The labor's kind of increasing. Actually, labor's increasing more than the inflation rate. So we're still moving around a little bit, but we're seeing some flat spacing. It's a little easier to price.
Billy, can we see this outside of from a research standpoint? Can we see this type of configuration possibly in classrooms or things in the future?
Sure. You know, this type of system's been there for a while. There's some companies that's what they specialize in, is these movable partitions. We've actually looked at it for the PA program in Midland too, for all those office spaces where you can move it around. We've looked at some of the tech projects too about doing it. And the great thing is that comes in ready to go. You can actually put the finishes on it, roll it in, set it up, and be able to move it around. So it is an option for flexible space.
How about the cost versus more rigid structures?
You know, the cost is probably a little bit higher, but with the flexibility that you can change and move. I know in working with Harry and Lance over at HSC, Harry's seen this in the past done where they could go in and set up a space within hours. So as researchers come and go and as demands are changed, this will give so much flexibility too. This is a building that hadn't been renovated in many, many years, probably since the inception of that, maybe with some minor, but this will give them a lot of flex space. And so with this 5B and the other 2 labs, we'll figure out exactly how we want to set those up, but probably a little bit more in cost up front, but with the flexibility, it'll pay for itself in the long run.
And Regent Cash, one of the things about this type of an arrangement is that as the HSC is looking toward like NCI designation, cancer designation over time, If you have a researcher that then brings in a significant increase in the amount of funding they have, they need more lab space when they do that. And this way you can reconfigure things in their current lab to open things up even more. Conversely, when you have researchers that lose funding with things they don't need as much lab space, you can take it down. And obviously in the rigid structures you can't do that. So they're kind of stuck in the space they're in. If they need more space, they're stuck. If they have too much space, they're stuck. And so the concept of this, I think, is extremely good. And he's right. Harry Slice's been talking about this at the Health Science Center for quite some time. There is pushback that you'll get a lot of times with people that like the labs set up the way they are. But I think for the future growth, this concept is a good one.
And I was going to say, it is an excellent recruiting tool as we are looking and bringing in cancer teams for them to have the opportunity to come in and design their space for their needs.
And you have to do pretty extensive mechanical and electrical work above the ceiling to be able to buy this flexibility. And so the great thing on these projects, we're trying not to expand our footprint, but renovate inside. That's kind of been a directive by the chancellor. And so once we get, this ductwork probably need to be replaced anyway. The air handler units have already been rebuilt, so we're just going to go through there and provide as much flexibility as we can. And those utility connections actually have a whip on them where you can move those within 4 or 5 feet. Like I said, it's laid out in 11-foot increments, so between center line of bench to center line of bench is 11 foot, and so they're laid out exactly like that.
How do you do with plumbing? I mean, I understand electrical and HVAC and stuff like that, but how do you deal with the plumbing?
It's got some flexible connections on it, and so when we can actually pick that canister up with all those utilities and move them within 4 feet, so you've got to have that flexibility where you tie into the main lines, is what that is. And actually, the sinks even roll. So if you have connections in the wall or below ground, you can move those sinks around for whatever needs. So, like I said, laying it out in that grid is what's most important, and knowing that in the future, you've got to stay within that grid.
Are the bathroom facilities, are they set in a specific location in the building?
Yes, sir. That's in that perimeter area. Those areas will not change, and they're kind of shared spaces, so if somebody needs to use the sterilization equipment or a fume hood or some storage or places for graduate assistants to have a touchdown space, those are all permanent.
And that's an important point, because there's certain things that everybody uses, and rather than having certain types of equipment and areas reproduced a number of times, you have a central area for that where everybody shares that. And from an efficiency standpoint and from a flexibility standpoint, this is light years beyond the way we've been doing things for 100 years.
Cool. Any additional questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. Our next item is multiple years in the making. Are we changing things here? No. I know this is a culmination of a lot of effort around a lot of people to get to a presentation. So, Dr. Rice Spearman, please present item number 7.
Thank you, Regents. Thank you for this opportunity to present the draft of the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center Institutional Master Plan. You each have a copy of this document, which I'm sure you've read thoroughly and made notes, which I will reference during this presentation. Under the leadership of the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center Office of the Provost and their dedication to this initiative, we have completed the first ever enterprise master planning engagement as previously approved by the Board of Regents in August of 2022. With Chancellor Mitchell's support, RHSC seeks approval from the Texas Tech University System Board of Regents for our institutional master plan and authorization to make minor renovations as needed in consultation with the TTU System Office of Facilities Planning and Construction. This is the first time that the physical environments and facilities across our enterprise have been simultaneously considered in the context of a single university to serve our core value of one team. This approach allows our HSC to maintain a comprehensive and continuous planning process, and the adaptability will facilitate informed decision-making as new opportunities, data, and resources emerge during implementation. Our plan builds on the Lubbock Campus Master Plan approved in 2014 by the Board of Regents, which was a comprehensive planning effort including Texas Tech University. Our multi-year institutional master plan is one tool in our toolbox to use as we look to balance strategic program growth and enhancement across the schools with the necessary infrastructure and technology investments to ensure responsible alignment of mission and resources for excellence in academics, research, and patient care. I also want to note that during this 22-month process, the analysis that was conducted was a deep dive into each one of our 6 locations. Our leader was Perkins Eastman, who was our master plan architect. We also did a deep dive in mechanical engineering, transportation throughout the campuses, space needs and planning, site utilities, institutional technology, cost estimating, clinical demand, and in addition to this, we did a deep dive demographic study on each one of our campuses to ensure where our current students are coming from and what the future healthcare needs would be in each one of those communities. So why did we engage in master planning? And to put it simply, it's because of our future and the responsibility we have as the largest health-related institution in the state of Texas. We provide access to care. And to do so, we must provide the best possible experiences at all of our locations to recruit and retain outstanding learners and team members. Just to give you, again, more information about our health-related institution and the role we play, our student enrollment is approaching 5,000 students annually. In addition, our overall GME, which is our graduate medical education, the number of residents we have is 600. Those residents are in the Amarillo campus, the Panhandle, the South Plains, the Permian Basin, and now we have one of the largest rural programs through the Trans-Pecos. As far as our locations, our largest location is our Lubbock campus with over 1,600 students, followed by our Amarillo campus with over 300 students, and then closely our Abilene and our Midland Odessa or our Permian Basin campuses hold about 270, approaching 300 students there. Interestingly enough, as our HSC continues to grow, our distance education population students reach over 2,000. We think it's important for you and to understand our student body and how we must adapt and grow to meet the needs of the future for healthcare. As far as our team members, we have almost 5,000 team members that support this. This last year was a very important year for our institution because we reached over 40,000 alumni. We did an assessment of where those alumni sit right now across our enterprise in the counties we serve. And we're going to show you a map in a minute that changes our service area based on our access to need, where our communities need us and want us and are inviting us to come, and also looking at their access to care and the challenges they have there. So through this, we want to kind of lay out for you our timeline process. We had over 100 meetings across all 6 campuses. This included both internal and external stakeholders, students, faculty, and students. And this was a very comprehensive process where we went in first and did a deep dive on what's missing. We asked our communities, what do you need from us? What are some concepts? We also interfaced with the other higher education partners in all of those communities. So for example, one of the things I'm going to share with you today is on the Abilene community. We brought Abilene Christian University to the table with us as well so that we could talk about collaboration within that community. We did the same thing in the Permian Basin with those higher ed partners in those communities. Collaboration and not competition is very important to us, and we have that reputation in those communities with those partners. So here is our location map. And again, this map may look a little different than what you're used to seeing in the past. We have expanded our service region to cover 121 counties with an estimated population of over 10 million people, which is about 30% of the state's population. And this is the areas where we serve. We're also building out telehealth from these hubs as well. And these are the areas and the communities where we work very closely, not just with our 8 hospital partners, with also many of the TORCH identified rural hospital partners across this region as well. Now then, let's talk about our buildings in these areas. These buildings, we looked behind the walls. Some of these buildings are 50 years old, and Harry and his team has done a great job, according to the engineers, of taking care of them, but there are some things that we are going to have to do to continue to be competitive. We also know from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board space projection models that indicates that given our current academic and research activity levels, some locations might not have the right space configurations. We anticipate we may need a few new buildings, but you will see that this plan will actually includes renovation. It's using our space effectively and efficiently to accomplish what we need to accomplish. What we're looking at on these spaces is really collision space. How can we get our faculty and our staff and our students interacting efficiently and effectively to make sure that we're getting that collaboration and innovation that we are known for as Texas Tech Health Sciences Center. So here are our 6 campuses. You'll see our Spanish Renaissance architecture, which we very clearly made sure that the architecture firm knew that this was not only a Board of Regents requirement, but it was something that we hold dear and that we're known for in each of our campuses. And so we're very proud to show that today. Getting to green. I believe on page 50 of your master planning document, this shows you a comprehensive chart of the areas that we assessed across all 6 of our locations. You will see, for example, that some of our campuses, with red being needs work to green being we've hit the mark there, we've got some work to do. Areas that are going to need work are Amarillo and Lubbock, and looking at the experience and the quality of spaces and what we have in those facilities. And so for our master planning team, our executive team, and our cabinet and all of our team members, our goal is to get to green. And so you're going to hear a lot about that. How do we get to green in these areas where it makes sense for our facilities? So I wanted to take one of those locations, 6 locations, because I know we don't have the time to go through all 6, and pull out one and give you an example of how this plan will be used as a tool. So this is a concept vision of what our Abilene campus could be. You'll see at the top of the slide is Hendrick Medical Center, which is a very strong partner for us in this community. We also provide patient care through a federally qualified healthcare center that's a collaboration with our School of Nursing and our School of Pharmacy. And we also have a very active cancer therapeutics research team there. They have NIH grants, they have patents, and this is the first of this type of research in the Abilene community. We work closely with their Economic Development Corporation as well as their chamber in looking at what the next steps are so that they can build a medical hub destination. So the vision would be for us to join these 2 facilities and really form a campus. Now then, what I'm about to show you is our Laboratory Animal Resource Center. This currently is the building. It sits a half mile from campus, and so our researchers are having to get in their vehicles multiple times a day to transport this type of resource that we need for us to continue to grow our cancer therapeutics. Our collaborators in that community, Abilene Christian University, we're coming to the table with them regarding medical isotopes because of a new facility that's being built on their campus. And so the opportunity here is for us to build a joint Abilene Research Center that would be an innovation hub, which aligns for what the community of Abilene wants to do in the future, allows us to grow research, and allows us to support ACU in the growth of their research on their campus as well. So this is an example of what that concept would look like, how we will take this concept to the Abilene community and sit down with their leaders and talk about how we begin a phased approach at looking at growing this type of innovation in that community. So how are we going to evaluate these projects? We currently have 20 renovation projects or concepts. We have new builds that are included in this, as well as 33 exterior projects across all 6 campuses. And of course, funding for projects will always be one of the initial things that we will have to manage over the next decade or 2 decades. So what of our resources are dollars? We always look at CCAP funds, HEAF funds, foundations. We partner at both the federal and state level with our legislators. It is an all-out effort when we go into our communities to work with our communities. And so how will our team assess this? First and foremost, we will look at mission. When we get invited to a community to provide health care, the very first thing we say is this request aligned with our vision? We will look at return on investment. Is it transformational for us as well as that community? Implementation, what are some of the barriers that we may face? What are some things we're going to have to work through and have a phased approach? Consistency. We need to ensure that our learners and our faculty are having a similar experience across all 6 of our campuses. This is something that we're going to work on. And then lastly, experience. How does this enhance the overall campus experience? We are not unique as a health-related institution in that we are seeing the challenges of decline in enrollment. And we have to compete for our learners across all of these communities. Our competition sometimes can be a little more challenging because we're not Dallas, we're not the Metroplex, and some of the exciting things that can happen with some of those larger institutions there, as well as Austin and San Antonio and Houston. So with that, I'd like to say we're going to do a phased, very methodical approach. We anticipate this is a 20-year plan. We know we have a big, bold vision of what we can be and what we can grow to be. We have to be absolutely resolute in ensuring that we stay true to our mission and who we are. So we stand poised to lead the change in driving progress and innovation and access to care. By embracing this master plan, we seize the opportunity to shape a brighter, healthier future for generations to come. And thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions. And Chancellor Mitchell, thank you for your support during this process. And with that, I ask for the board's approval.
Any additional questions?
As these things evolve, Dr. Spearman, what is this a dynamic document or is this pretty well fixed?
No, it is a dynamic document. As each legislative session changes, as the economy changes in the state of Texas, as our partnerships with our different communities changes and grows and evolves. And so we wanted to build something that was a concept document that allowed us to know what our communities were and what the future were for those communities, and that would allow us flexibility.
What process did you go through to prioritize? And as you continue to look at this opportunity, will those priorities shift as it relates to availability of funding, et cetera?
Yes, so we had to establish a process, and we have an executive council, and we've established a process where projects will be brought to that executive council, and we'll do that assessment based on the 6 areas, and then we'll prioritize there based on funding, the partnerships that are available, and what we can do that meets the criteria for what it is we're trying to accomplish there.
Can't imagine that Ted doesn't have a comment to make.
I've got to make a comment. The map that she showed of the state and the area that we're covering it's a testament to what it is right there, to what we do. That area between the Health Sciences Center headquartered in Lubbock and the Health Sciences Center headquartered in El Paso, and you guys have heard me say this at Chamber of Commerce type things, that area right there, and if you don't look at just the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, that area is the breadbasket for the state's economy. That's where, all of you have heard me say that, that's where all the food, fiber, and fuel for this state, for this region, and for this nation is produced, right there. And oftentimes when we're in Austin, we don't have the numbers in our legislative delegation that they have in Dallas or Houston or Austin or San Antonio, but the work that we do out here is so exquisitely important that the reason that map needs to be shown again and again and again is because it is between Texas Tech, Angelo State, Midwestern State, that area is covered by us. And we're the folks out here that care what's going on with these folks. We're the ones that need to take care of the people that take care of us. And when conversations come up about we're willing to partner with anybody to make sure things happen, we have a wonderful partnership in the Permian Basin with the University of Texas looking at things. But we want to make it clear to everybody that we don't rely on anybody to take care of the people that take care of us out here. We don't rely on anybody in any other system to do that. And that's all I have to say about that.
Dr. Rice Spearman, you mentioned a 20-year plan. In today's dollars, have you quantified what that would cost over that 20-year period? Just forgetting inflation right now. Are we talking about billions of dollars or hundreds?
Yes,
of
I tried to forget that number, but let's ask Penny.
Yeah, over 20 years, it would be well over $1 billion. If we implemented all of these things, today it's less than $1 billion, but 20 years from now, obviously, it's going to be.
Remember, these are high-level concepts.
Sure.
And we will have to garner partnerships.
Thank you.
But they're also high-touch concepts
Oh,
also.
absolutely.
You know, that, I think that doesn't need to be lost. This isn't some esoterical thing where you go off in a corner. These are, you're doing real healing and real touch on each one of these initiatives.
Absolutely.
And today, we're not asking to make any commitments financially. We're just asking to approve this as our master plan, as a guidepost for future decisions and future boards to use.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the motion.
All right. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Rice Spearman. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 8.
Item number 8, T2HSC El Paso, to approve the expenditures of a clinical sciences building project for construction manager at risk pre-construction services. So we're ready to put a contractor on. We went through that process, selected a great contractor, and so we're needing those guys to get on board and start helping us. So here's the aerial map of the campus, and this is shown where this building's going to be. And this is the conceptual site plan. This is not how the building's going to look, but what it is, it shows the relationship between the cancer clinic that we're going to talk about next and then the clinical science building. So we don't really know how this building's going to lay out, but I will tell you in the past, when we first started design on this, we showed 2 different buildings, and then we showed an imaging center in between those 2 buildings that they would share. We have now taken the concept of let's make one large building just for efficiencies and to help on costs and square footage. And there's also some shared spaces that we can take advantage of too. So as we keep continuing on with design and also costing, we'll be able to figure out how this thing's going to lay out a little bit better. But both of these 2 different buildings will have 2 different separate entrances. You'll know which one you're going into. But once you get into that building, then we've got some adjacencies there that they both can share. So scope of services, this is to get our CM at risk on board to start doing project evaluation, site analysis, constructability reviews, value engineering, scheduling, cost control, and development of a GMP. So this is pre-con services. And so this project will construct approximately 160,000 gross square feet, 3 to 4 story building. The new facility will house all the existing clinical practices that you see listed there. I think there's, I don't remember how many are on there, quite a few. And then the project will consist of the following components supporting these 3 clinics: exam and procedure rooms supporting the El Paso Medical Sciences building, clinical science building, support areas, administration, for clinical providers, clinical support offices and touchdown spaces, resident touchdown spaces, building support, all the ancillary spaces that go along with that. And then obviously when we're building a building this size, we've got some parking issues that we've got to develop over this. We are really struggling with a budget, struggling with the square footage right now. That's why we need to get our contractor on there so we can get some more costing. Dr. Lang and his team have been very, very involved. He doesn't miss a meeting on this. And so as we go through the programming spaces, bringing their institutional knowledge of how we develop this is going to be key as we move forward. We're not ready to go to stage 2 yet for design, and so we're still kind of turning the wheels for programming and space allocation. So the project budget, the additional request is for the $306,000. That is for the CM at risk to come on board for a revised budget of $2.3 million. The recommendation is to approve the expenditures of $306,000 for $2.3 million total project at this time, award a CM at risk agreement, authorized pre-con services. And the total expenditures of the 2.3 will include the previously approved $2 million, will be funded through the revenue finance system and repaid with the CCAP funds that we were appropriated from the state. So we are, I want to go back and just, like I said, we're looking at 160,000 square feet was what the initial pre-programming document that we got from Dr. Lang's team. We're pushing real hard to try to get us closer to that right now, but we're just not quite there. So that's the recommendation. Dr. Lang, I don't know if you have any comments on that.
No, our current clinic building was built 40 years ago. We were a regional academic medical center. We weren't a self-sustaining health science center. This will house all of our clinical buildings. We currently take care of 120,000 patients a year. That's one in every 7 people in El Paso. So having a clinical building where we can actually do that is critical.
Dr. Lang, on the heels of Dr. Rice Spearman's report, I'm wondering also, we're pretty adept at acquiring dirt in El Paso. do you envision a master plan? I think the board would find that very enlightening, because we seem like every meeting we're acquiring some more, and in many respects we're upgrading what we need to. But is there a bigger vision?
There would, yes, sir, there would be. And in fact, the land we've been acquiring, can you go back to that map, please, Billy, for just a second, please? The land that we're acquiring is two things. One is where my current building sits on the main campus, where the red is to the left, and that yellow is space that we purchased that and across the street, which houses it. The area just north of that is a property we're purchasing that where we'll put our professors, our clinicians as well. So yes, sir, it was premature 10 years. We talked about this 10 years ago. We actually developed a plan based upon our strategic plan. We had none of this land at all back then, and really not any plans to get it, because the hospital had owned it, and the CEO at that time was not keen on allowing us to do that. So this is all developed. But I do think, apropos to your point, is again from 2025 to 2035, we're going to be building another strategic plan. That is to align that with what our future building needs are. So the short answer is yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Do I have a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present our last item, item number 9.
Approve expenditures of the Comprehensive Cancer Center project for the design professional Stage 2 design services and construction manager at risk pre-con. Again, same location. This budget does have the imaging center included in this budget. From the planning document that we received from Dr. Lang, that's always been a part of that, but it will be a shared service as we move forward. Same site plan. We're going to have one building, a couple of entrances on that with shared imaging in there too, so that's the space. And I think, Dr. Lang, even on the master plan, in talking about this property, is we talked about a master plan out there a couple of years ago, but this was one of the key elements, was this property, attaining this property, before we wanted to move forward with a new master plan. So this is just a conceptual stacking diagram. Quite honestly, it's kind of a little bit misleading. It looks like we have a basement. There is no basement. But what it kind of shows is on that site, there's about 18 foot of fall on that site that goes from north to south. And so that kind of leads to a few design challenges that we're going to be going through on how we want these two buildings to sit on that site. But that's just kind of a little stacking diagram for your information of the different services in there. So we are wanting to move forward into Stage 2 design. This programming has done really well all through the design process. We're very close to what Dr. Lang had envisioned early on for the Cancer Center, so we're ready to keep going on design Stage 2 for design development, construction documents, construction administration, the statement of probable costs, and start developing a project schedule. And this is our CM at risk. This is our contractor that we are looking for pre-con activity for project evaluation. This site analysis, they'll be able to provide us costs for that fall and what's the best way to construct the building. Constructability reviews, value engineering, scheduling, cost control is something we really need. We need their expertise on that, and then also to develop a guaranteed maximum price. So the project overview, the project will construct approximately 90,000 gross square feet. For this facility, the new facility is going to have this imaging center that we talked about. Originally, we were thinking 20,000 square feet. That's grown a little bit because we are sharing with the clinical sciences building now where we weren't before. And then also Dr. Lang and his vision of where cancer treatment's going to go in the future is also looking at some additional equipment in there that we didn't previously have in there. So that vision is going to help set him up for many, many years to come. So we also have in that imaging center 12,000 square foot of imaging, which that's going to grow, and then about 8,000 square feet for support spaces. The oncology center is going to have about 70,000 gross square feet, a medical oncology clinic, radiation oncology clinic, infusion clinic, and then the 36,200 will be support spaces for those clinics. So the additional request is $5.5 million. That's for pre-con and also design Stage 2 for $7.2 million for a revised project budget. So the recommendation is to approve the expenditures of the 5.5 for 7.2 million total. with an anticipated project budget of 95. We do think that's going to grow a little bit with the imaging center expansion, award design professional for stage 2 design, and the CM at risk agreement for pre-con services. The total expenditure is $7.2 million with the approved 1.7 from the past. That's going to be funded with RFS, repaid with legislative appropriation from the 88th Texas Legislative Regular Session that they got $65 million in, and then also gift funds and institutional funds. That's the recommendation.
Any questions for Mr. Breedlove? This is certainly a significant project, and a lot of people have done work to get it to this point. So do I hear a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present your construction projects report.
And for the sake of time, I didn't have a particular project that I was going to highlight today. Unless somebody wants to see a specific project, I don't mind going through that with you.
In your diligent packet, you have basically Billy's presentation there, complete with all of his photographs. So we'll be happy to entertain any questions offline that you might have.
Any update on the academic sciences?
Yeah, the academic science bill just happens to be the first one there. Yeah, so this one's moving along pretty nicely. The basement's about 95% complete. First floor is about 92%. Second floor is about 92%, and the third floor is about 70%. We started in the basement and moved up for the finish out. I sent a picture yesterday to Regent Carrick Davis. The Igor has been set out there. We don't have it set on Polaris yet, but we're going to get her expertise tomorrow morning to help do that. But you can see the site work's about 95%, and the exterior facade of the building's at 98%. We've got heating and cooling in the building. We're anticipating the August Board of Regents to have a ribbon cut out there, maybe the morning of Friday. So you'll have some good time to tour that building and see it. But it's impressive. This building has done extremely well through construction and through COVID, especially when we started this project back during that time. We've got this BSL-3 that's in, or BSL-2 that's in there, that we're waiting on some equipment for that. We've got a clean room that's coming from overseas. We're waiting on some of that equipment that's delayed substantial completion, but we're actually starting to move furniture in next week. So it's moving along quickly.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And there's a couple more pictures of it.
Any additional questions for Billy? Mr. Breedlove, we appreciate your report.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regent Womble. Next up is Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Campbell serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Campbell, please continue with the Finance and Investment Committee meeting.
Thank you. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 29th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Mrs. Sloan, please present item 1.
Good morning. This item is to request the board authorize the president or his designee to enter into a contract with Collegiate Licensing Company, or CLC, for trademark licensing services. We did go through a competitive request for proposal process, and CLC was selected once again as providing the best overall value to TTU. This proposed contract will replace our existing contract with CLC, which has been in place since July 1 of 2013, again for a 10-year period. CLC serves as the exclusive agent to license the use of the university's designs, trademarks, and logos in connection with the marketing of various articles of merchandise. They also create promotions and initiatives to grow the licensing program, monitor and report infringements of unlicensed or inappropriate use of our marks, submit all licensed designs for approval to the university, and monitor social media and various marketplaces to identify unlicensed products being sold. We do believe that with the growing Texas Tech brand, that there is great potential for increased revenues in this area, and we really have negotiated a higher revenue share than under our previous agreement. So on the first $2 million of gross royalties, we will get 87.5%, and previously it was 85%. And then previously it was 90% for everything over 2 million. It is going to stay at 90%, but just for the next 2 million, and then anything over 4 million will be 92%. The estimated revenue, this past year we were a little over 3 million, so we estimate it to be at a minimum of 3 million, but again, we feel this is an area where there can be increased growth. And with approval, this will be effective July 1st, 2024 for a 10-year period. Are there any questions that I could answer with respect to this item?
Noel, I know we're going through an exercise right now with shared services agreements with different entities that use the brand or the logo. Will CLC be assisting us in those evaluations as to compliance, or is that left strictly to the university to enforce?
Certainly, they have a long history with Texas Tech University and have been very willing to engage in conversations about that expansion, assessments. So I think that we can ask them for those services in addition to, again, the way that we have been, as Scott Lacefield was introduced this morning, looking for those increased partnership opportunities.
Great. I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Mrs. Sloan, please continue with item 2.
Thank you. The next item is to request the board authorize the president or his designee to enter into a contract for campus learning management system. So again, we did a request for proposal for an adaptable learning management system that supports various learning formats. We have selected 3 finalists, and they set up a testing platform that is currently being evaluated. So we have a large group of faculty members and others across our campus so that they can get into the platform and look at how the course curriculum could be incorporated into those different platforms so that we know if we're doing a face-to-face, a hybrid, and online, how those interact and how the different additional course materials can be used on that platform. The estimated initial annual amount will be $1 million and will include annual licenses increases. Again, we're in this testing period, and concluding that, we'll negotiate the contract, but we'd like to get this in place, the contract in place effective August 1st, and then it will be for a term of 4 years. It will take us the full period until the end of our current, if we choose a different platform than our current LMS system, we need to migrate the course materials over to that platform. So that could take up to the upcoming academic year if we transition to a different one. So that's why we're requesting the authorization now to continue those platform testings and contract negotiations, again, to finalize the contract and have it signed by August 1st. Are there any other questions that I could answer with respect to this item?
Hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Mr. Barrett, please present item 3.
So the TTUS investment program is made up of 3 components. The LTIF, which is the long-term investment fund, which is an endowment. Then the CCIP, which is the operating reserve funds, and the MDIF, which is mission-directed investment funds. So we're going to start with the LTIF. The LTIF's target is a global 60/40 plus 100 from a policy standpoint. You can see that the target of 60% in the upper left. We're fairly overweight at this point at 63.4% in growth. You'll probably notice this is quite a change from the past. If you go back to the first quarter of the fiscal year, August, September, and October, equity markets were not doing well. They were tanking. We were substantially underweight. We went overweight on November 4th and have stayed overweight until just recently when we pulled back some money off the table. But as of this time of February 29th, we're at 63.4. The target for stable value is 40%. Obviously, we're underweight at 36.6. The portfolio's held up well over the long term. If you look at the bottom left, the growth portfolio's underperformed on the 1 year. This isn't a reflection of our public equity exposure. This is really in the privates. Our oil and gas, our real estate, our private equity holdings have not kept up with that type of rally. If you go out over longer periods, private equity has kept up. If you go to the right-hand side, that's the LTIF stable value, so that's that 36.6% of the portfolio. It's pretty consistently outperformed the global bar cap. So you can see at the 1 year, it's 4.5 versus 3.1. The 3 year is really substantial. If you think back, that was the rise in rates that hurt the bar cap. We hold more credit investments, so it outperformed. So the total LTIF is, on the 1 year number, is roughly 10.03%, slightly behind the policy at 15. The growth portfolio's at 13 versus 23 and 4.5 versus 3 on the stable value. If you go out longer terms, we tend to think in 3, 5, and 7 year terms. The portfolio performance is pretty substantial versus policy. In the 3 year, it's 7.7 versus 2.87 for performance. That's substantially outperforming. The 5 year, we're about 350 over the benchmark. In the 7 year, we're over 100 ahead of the benchmark. I'll point out just a couple things here just for the edification of the board. So when I mentioned that public equities are doing well, if you go down to the LTIF growth line, you can see public equity. If you just follow that line across, you can see at the 1 year, that returned 27.02%. The benchmark ACWI was up 23, so we pretty substantially outperformed there, and you can see that over time it outperforms the index going across as you go further out in time. As I mentioned, private equity and real assets, which are, if you go down the grid, you can see that under the growth. That's where we've struggled this year. It's down about 5.5% on private equity for the year and up about 5% in the real asset stage. If you go out farther along the line, you can see that the performance is better in the private equity as you go out. LTIF versus the benchmark, this is our policy composite. And a lot of people get confused over the global 60/40 plus 100, which is our policy, and the policy composite. The composite just picks up all the different changes over time. So as Regents in history have approved benchmarks, that tracks every single benchmark change over the history of the fund. So that's the one we really focus on. Currently, if you go back to 2021 January, that benchmark in the composite is the 60/40 plus 100. You can see that we've caught up to the LTIF and the policy composite are about the same at 7.3 and 7.33, and both ahead of the global 60/40 over the inception of the fund since 1996. I love this chart, and I think Patrick probably likes this a lot too, because this really shows what I call the symbiotic relationship of us versus institutional advancement. And you can see that the gray lines, that's what Patrick and his team and everybody in institutional advancement does when they raise money, right? That money comes in and we invest it. When we invest it, we have earned what the red bars represent. The black bars are the spending. And that really tiny bar on the far right chart, that's our service charge. So if you really add the black and the red together, that's kind of the value the endowment has brought in for managing the portfolio. Now I'm going to switch gears if there's no questions on the LTIF. And I'll switch gears, and I'm doing this part because CFO James Malden's not here today. So we're going to cover the comprehensive cash and investment pool. And if you guys remember, this is really broken into 3 components, right? Think of it as your checking account, the bank account that pays for everything. Then we have a laddered treasury portfolio, and then we have what's called the NCS component. The NCS component is the non-current segment. That's money you're not going to need for a long time, so it's invested more aggressively than the bank accounts in the treasury pool. So overall, the portfolio's done quite well. You can see that over the 1-year period, it is up 10.12%. Over the 3-year, up 2.92. That's ahead substantially of the policy composite, and slightly behind, 400 basis points behind the global 60/40. The NCS has done extremely well this last year at 13.28, and the cash and contingency segment, you can look back at that across that row and see how much better that's doing. Why? Because interest rates are up, right? So your bank accounts are doing better and your treasury book's doing better.
Tim, what's the duration on that non-current segment on average?
The non-current segments it's going to be fairly short duration in the non-current, but that's more like a global 60/40. If you go to the laddered treasury portfolio, which we'll look at here in a few slides, that's closer to 2.5 year duration, because you're typically buying 5-year debt. So this is the non-current segment. I just want to clarify one thing that was said at last meeting. There was some comments that the equity portfolio hadn't been doing very well. And the way that's actually not true. This equity portfolio has been doing very well. The reason it looked poor last time was the 2 new equity managers that we hired, they haven't been in the book for more than a year. So when you look out the 1-year number, you only got like 5 months of performance in one of them and 4 months in the other compared to the 1-year benchmark. So it just looks a little funny. Technically, they're performing quite well. And you can see this if you go across public equity and look at the active line, 7.61, the index was up 4.9. And the year to date, same thing. And that 1-year number is where that gets a little confusing because we haven't had them for a full year. Net, that portfolio is doing quite well. I think the reason that you would say, why is it performing so well, is if you look at the weights of public equity, there's 41% in public equities with a target of 25. And if you go down to diversifying assets, it's 16 in the weight, but a target of 30. What that means is we're way overweight equities. And we've been way overweight equities in a great equity market. The equity market went on a tear from November to April when we sold off a little bit. So this has worked out really well. And it's also a reflection of us reallocating capital. So we're moving money into diversifying assets, and we just haven't finished that project yet. So those will come in balance later this year. I would say one other thing that I want to talk about before we go further is the committee has worked really hard on getting cash flow from each university to determine how much money should go into each segment. And when I say each segment, I mean the bank accounts, the laddered treasury, and NCS. And on a go-forward basis, we're now working on the asset allocation for those books, which will go to the PAC committee and eventually show up to you guys, hopefully in August or November as a policy change. The cash segment, you can see this is really managed around the bank accounts, Logic, ST, and Texas class. This money gets moved around by Cole and Treasury to look for the highest yield. You can see the vast majority is in bank accounts. That's just a reflection of timing. Money flows into those bank accounts to pay, and then later flows back out. This is the contingency segment I mentioned earlier, and this is where you can see that duration that I talked about, Regent Griffin. It's got 2.65 on the agency duration, 2.5 on municipals, and just under 2 in treasuries. And you can see the majority of the money is in agency and municipals currently. That's all I have, unless anybody has any questions.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Barrett, for the report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Regent Campbell. Next up is the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Sweat serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue with the ACS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 29th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Brown Marston, please present item number 1.
MSU is submitting for approval a Bachelor of Musical Arts degree. So the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve a new degree program, Bachelor of Musical Arts, offered by the Department of Music and authorized submission by the Office of the Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, seeking its certification of such a program and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges for acknowledgement of a new degree program. Some key points about this particular degree program. The first is that it complements existing degrees in music at Midwestern State. And it's designed to serve students preparing for professional music careers, so that might include music business and entrepreneurship. It will require no additional resources in terms of facilities or faculty, and it's expected to benefit enrollment, recruitment, retention, and graduation goals. And we do anticipate some movement between students from one degree program to another, but there should be a net new within all of those students with the addition of the new program.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Great. I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Dr. Hendrick, you're up next.
Thank you, Regent Carrick-Davis. President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that you approve the change in academic rank for faculty member Ursula Crippa, from Associate Professor to Professor in the Huckabee College of Architecture.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments? Right, hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Please proceed to item number 3.
President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve a new Master of Science degree with a major in computer engineering. This degree will be a face-to-face degree delivered here on the Lubbock campus, housed in the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department in the Whitaker College of Engineering, have both thesis and non-thesis options, requiring 30 and 36 semester credit hours respectively. Projected 5-year cost, just under $1 million. All the required courses and prescribed electives are currently taught, and so the costs reflect the hiring of 2 new faculty members, one of whom has already been hired. I believe the search for the other one is underway. The Whitaker College has reallocated vacant faculty lines in order to staff this program. So your approval will authorize me to seek certification from the Hired Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools.
All right, any questions or comments? If hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 4.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the change of the name of the College of Human Sciences to the College of Health and Human Sciences. Since its founding as the College of Home Economics, the College of Human Sciences focus has been on human health, including nutrition, hygiene, home management, child rearing, and family dynamics. Today, research in the college spans various health-related areas from Alzheimer's to mental health interventions, healthy environmental design. Faculty work in topics like healthy homes, marketing to health-conscious consumers, and financial stress impacts on mental and physical health. Through the college's centers and institutes, it addresses topics like addiction recovery, relationships therapy, nutrition, child development, financial management, and trauma counseling. The college increasingly attracts students aspiring to health careers in pre-nursing, pre-medicine, counseling, dietetics, healthcare management, and therapy.
Thank you. Regent Griffin and I just had a flashback to that term
Whatever
home
happened to
economics.
home
I used to
economics?
take home economics. It's horrible.
We got it outside the home and now it's way down the block, it looks like, okay.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? All right. I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 5.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board authorize the creation of the Department of Interdisciplinary Human Sciences in the College of Human Sciences. This will streamline department-level functions like faculty workload, teaching assignments, and other administrative operations. Academic programs that would be in this department include the PhD, BS, and MS degrees in Family and Consumer Sciences Education, the BAA, BS, and MS in Human Sciences, the Center for Adolescent Recovery, and the Curriculum Center for Family and Consumer Sciences Education.
Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Dr. D'Agostino, please present item number 6.
Thank you and good morning. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure concurrent with their respective appointment. Michael Serra, PhD, joined the TTU HSC School of Medicine Department of Medical Education as an associate professor. On January 22, 2024, Dr. Serra comes from Texas Tech University, where he was a tenured associate professor in the Department of Psychology starting in 2008. He was tenured February 28, 2014. He earned his PhD in experimental psychology from Kent State University in 2007 and completed a postdoctoral fellowship at Columbia University. His teaching and research interests related to memory and metacognition, and just as an aside, metacognition is a term that describes our capacity to reflect on and really judge our own cognitive abilities. And with that, his focus of attention is going to be on learners' cognitive functioning, study behaviors, and academic performance, which will really help the learning sciences literature that we'll be able to generate through his appointment.
Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. As an update, with this approval, the TTU HSC will have 161 tenured faculty out of a total of 217 faculty who are either tenured or on the tenure track. That's out of a total of 548 faculty, and our percentage of faculty awarded tenure is 74.19%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to congratulate Dr. Serra for this accomplishment, and let's give him a round of applause. All right, Dr. Lang, please present item number 7.
Yes, thank you, Regent Davis. The Chancellor concurs with my recommendation that the Board of Regents approve a PhD program in biomedical sciences and authorize us to present this to the Higher Education Coordinating Board and to SACS COC. This program will not require any additional facilities or space. We currently have funding internally and subsequently through formula funding, grants, and endowments. And the program will sit within the L. Frederick Francis Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. Until this point, any PhD program we have, and I want to thank the Health Science Center here in Lubbock, has been administered through them. When we became a separate institution, we embarked on that program to establish our own PhD program. First, we had to establish a master's program, which we did in 2014, and enrolled our first students in 2016. Got a very generous gift from the Francis family. As you all know, Rick, a previous regent and board chairman as well, he and his wife endowed $10 million to that. And now with a 10-year track record, we're able to actually ask the Higher Education Coordinating Board to advance us to a PhD program. So that's what we're asking for.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. Provost Hendrick, before we move on to our last committee meeting, and I should have caught you before you sat down, would it be possible for you to bring us kind of an update and an overview of the new Dallas campus at our next meeting? Having had the opportunity to tour that, very impressive, lots of moving parts there, but I'm particularly intrigued by the offering of the $10,000 degree program, bachelor program, and won't take the time now because I want to give you prep time on it, but I'm hopeful at the August meeting or maybe even to the ACS committee for a report out, an overview of that. It's very, very impressive, and it looks like a great outreach programs for that community and beyond. Thank you.
Chairman Griffin, before we move on, I wanted to update you on the Therapeutic Writing Center. The team's been sending me.
You've got insurance coverage now?
Yeah, I got coverage. TTU, TTUHSC have engaged in a One Health collaboration specific to the Therapeutic Writing Center. They've submitted budgets, both sides of the campuses, and the title of it is Innovative Advancements of Therapeutic Services, Research, and Learning. So good things will come from that One Health
Great.
collaborative.
Thank you.
Dr. Rice-Spearman, what took you so long to answer his question?
You know, all the smart people really sit behind us.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Our final committee meeting today is the Audit Committee. Regent Acosta serves as the chairman of that committee, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the Audit Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February the 29th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Ms. Jack, please present item number 1.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Teresa Jack, and I'm the Assistant Chief Audit Executive in the Office of Audit Services. As you're all aware, Audit Services has spent a large amount of time over the past year conducting fraud investigations. And in our experience, we've seen that fraud is cyclical. We went through a period of 2 or 3 years where we're kind of at a low point. However, over the last year, we've really been at a high point. And while none of the recent investigations have reached kind of the large amounts that we've seen in the past, the frequency of what we're seeing right now makes this kind of an important topic to talk about: fraud, waste, and abuse. Additionally, some of our recent investigations have led to the conclusion that fraud was not conducted, but waste or abuse was found. So I'm going to talk a little bit about each of these definitions and some characteristics of each of these. So first is fraud. And there are several different standard-setting bodies that have a definition of fraud, and they're all a little bit different. But the definition that's on the screen here is from our Texas Tech University system Regents rules. And really the important themes or words to take out of this when you talk about fraud is that there is an intent. It's purposeful. It's a deliberate act. And then also there's the act of trying to cover it up or to conceal it. And that's really what makes something fraud. And you can see some examples here of embezzlement, alteration or falsification of records, or theft of tangible property or intellectual property. And I also want to point out that the system's definition of fraud does not require a legal determination from a criminal justice authority to consider something fraud. If the facts of the case meet our definition here on the screen, then it is considered fraud at Texas Tech, and the employee is subject to termination. Next is waste, and waste is the act of using or expending resources carelessly, extravagantly, or to no purpose. It really primarily relates to mismanagement, inappropriate actions, and inadequate oversight. Waste does not necessarily involve a violation of law, but it could be and likely is a violation of institutional policy. An example there could be making procurement or travel choices that are contrary to existing policies or are unnecessarily extravagant and expensive. And lastly, abuse. And abuse is behavior that is deficient or improper, kind of when you use the prudent person test. You know, what would a prudent person think would be reasonable or necessary business practice? And there's some examples here, and these could be, misusing one's official position for personal gain or creating unneeded overtime. I recently attended a fraud conference where one of the presenters said he has seen 2 common things in every fraud investigation that he has ever performed. The first is a lack of segregation of duties or segregation of responsibilities, and that means that one person completes a process or a transaction from beginning to end with no one else involved in that transaction. And the second thing are meaningless approvals, and that's signing off on a transaction without really reviewing the true nature of that or looking at the supporting documentation to ensure that the transaction is accurate necessary and reasonable. And I can say that these two things, the lack of segregation of duties and lack of approvals or not thorough approvals, are things that we see in every fraud investigation that we have done in our office as well. So what can we do to help prevent fraud, waste, and abuse in our institutions? The first two on the screen directly relate to what I just talked about. Make sure that we have those proper segregation of duties. We have more than one person involved in our processes and in our transactions. And this could be, we're not just talking about money necessarily, it could be inventory, HR processes, and then also things like travel and purchasing, procurement cards. And the second is to make sure that our reviews are meaningful, that we're really reviewing that supporting documentation, including invoices and receipts, and we're not just simply signing off on something and passing it along without really looking at it. And the last one is ask questions. Our office teaches fraud prevention training classes, and this is one of the things that we always tell the participants is don't be afraid to ask questions. If something doesn't seem right or you just have a gut feel that something's not right, ask a question about it. The way that most of the frauds come to our attention, and not just here in the tech system, but overall, globally, the number one way are employee tips and also management concerns. And a lot of times how people get to those is by asking a question that then the person can't answer or doesn't have a good answer. And so we always want to encourage people to ask questions. So in closing, the best way to combat fraud, waste, and abuse is to train our supervisors and managers what is expected of them in their role and what the red flags are to look for as they're reviewing things at the transactional level. As I said, our office tries to help in this by presenting fraud prevention training at all of our institutions. And we're also working with various institutions to provide information to new department chairs and to provide fraud-related information at new employee orientation. And so I would just encourage, all of the presidents and provosts and deans and department chairs here to make sure that these two top key controls are in place in all your processes, and also just to foster an environment where it is okay to ask questions. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
With regard to this proper segregation of responsibilities, do y'all look at job descriptions?
Yes.
And make recommendations back to the particular department?
Yes, we have done that. And sometimes it's challenging because sometimes we're in smaller departments that don't have a lot of people. And so, but we will work with those departments to try to help figure out how they can segregate those between at least 2 to 3 different people. So there's just, more than one set of eyes on a process and on a transaction.
Chairman Griffin?
Yes.
Chairman Acosta, one of the things too that they do a very good job with, it is part of job descriptions, but a lot of these things, purchasing, travel documentation, they're very tedious things. They require a lot of tedium, a lot of somebody focused on minutia. And oftentimes that's in the purview of people that are new hires that have in positions where there's a lot of turnover. So there's a constant need to educate and re-educate and re-educate and re-educate. Teresa was talking about the modules and things that you go through to look for fraud and the like, and it's really important because the vast majority of what they find doesn't wind up being fraud. There's a thing called Hanlon's razor where you never attribute to malice that which can adequately be explained by stupidity. And a lot of times people just don't know what they don't know. And they're doing things the way that somebody had shown them on the fly, and then they're trying to do it, and then they're trying to explain it to somebody else. And so this concept of having people at a higher level constantly review that is critical. And audit does a great job at making sure that people, as they're onboarded, understand the importance of it. So.
And I would think there's a certain style to how you make those recommendations too, based upon, lines of authority and hierarchy.
Right, yes.
Very good. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you, Chancellor Mitchell, for your remarks, very important. And Ms. Teresa, thank you so much for those important reminders around fraud, waste, and abuse prevention. So if there are no other questions, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Acosta. Thank you, everyone. That concludes the business to be brought by the committees to the board. as a whole. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will convene an open session and meet as a committee of the whole in the meeting of the board. Mr. Huckabee, Mr. Fewen, and Mr. Hocutt, please present your report on the Red Raider Facilities Foundation.
Mr. Chairman, while he's coming up,
Yes.
I want to say welcome home, Chris Huckabee.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I feel like we need to have a conversation about COVID while you're here.
Let's hope we're not doing that again for a while. Good morning. It's very nice to be back with all of you. I do know that Mr. Hocutt was earlier presenting and talking about generous donors and donors that are having their name put on portions of this building. And I think that's an important place for me to start, because we would not be talking about the project if it were not for our generous donors, many who are sitting in front of me on this board. We at Texas Tech rely on our generous donors to get things done, and we're very appreciative of that, because that's why we're here today talking about this. So last night, many of you got to go on a tour of this project, and we were very excited to do that. There's a reason for that. When you drive by it, you see it and you feel it, but you really cannot understand the scope and the depth of this project without touring it. And I know many of you last night had to feel that way when you go through it. The details and the thought on every aspect of this project, from our coaches to our fans to our players, have really truly been considered, as you guys saw last night. So most importantly, before I start, and today really what I want to do is some thank yous, but before I start, I really need to say something that's important to me, and that is we're going to be very excited to welcome our fans to a completed facility at the first game for Abilene Christian on August 31st, and I believe our fans will like what they see. And I think that's the most important thing I can say today. If you see it, what you might say, and Mark Fewen does a good job of explaining this, you might say you guys have a long way to go. My comment to that is Mark Fewen's, which is this is buildings being done differently. Normally you build a building from the outside and you finish it, and then you build it from the inside, you finish it, okay? This building is being built, as you guys saw last night, on the outside and the inside at the same time, and that's how we've gotten it done the way we have, and I think that's fairly evident when you walked through last night. So, as you guys know, this has been a unique project and a very unique way to deliver a project, and by all measures, I'm going to tell you, I believe it has been successful. From the vision of this board, in particular, Dusty Womble and Cody Campbell, to try something that we have never tried before. We set out on a journey to deliver a project under a private project delivery model. On November 5th of 2021, I filed the documents to create the Red Raider Facilities Foundation. To say that we were flying an airplane and building it at the same time during those early days would be very accurate. However, we have had great fortune to surround this project with excellent team members, top to bottom without exception. People that care deeply about Texas Tech and that shared our vision of delivering excellence to Texas Tech and our fans. I do need to take a moment today to give some thank yous, because we would not be where we are today without a lot of these. First and foremost, I need to say thank you to Alan Hassenflew and King Scoville, both who are here today. They're my fellow board members with Red Raider Facilities Foundation. They signed on to a concept, and they have been vital partners in helping us deliver this project. Kirby Holcutt, Jonathan Boutros, and everyone at Texas Tech Athletics, I do not know how they've been able to get their job done, because we consume a lot of their time, but they have been excellent partners and truly rolled up their sleeves to really dive in and get this right. Michael O'Brien and everyone that's at institutional advancement have been partners to us to help us through every step of the way. Lance Anderson, my legal counsel at Dixon Wright, Andy Winters, who's my on-site accountant to do all things finance for this project, and Brent Crawford with CBRE, who helped us deliver the loan, and Truist, our banking partners, have all been vital to this project. Billy Breedlove and FPNC and Sean Childers and TTU Facilities have at every turn been there for us. When we call and say we need something, they drop everything to help us, and I could not appreciate them more. The city of Lubbock, since we're doing this privately, we have a building permit and we have inspections just like you would a traditional project. City of Lubbock Building Department has been there. They have worked with us along the way. They're helping us now schedule early move-ins and the things that will be done, and they've really been a great partner. And last and certainly not least, Mike Kennan with Texas Tech Fire Department, again, one of those critical people who's helped us schedule and start where we're going to be going to move in. So here's some interesting stats. We started this project, we started demo in December of 2022, slightly over a year and a handful of months ago, okay? I want you to think about that. 500,000 man-hours have been spent to date, not to finish, to date, to get us to where we are. This project, we projected originally would take between 30 and 36 months to complete, will be completed in 21 months. That's success by any measure, especially after you walk through last night and understand the complexity of this project. Very, very complex project. So there's some people I need to thank. We put together a world-class team, and you guys allowed me to do that. You allowed Red Raider Facilities Foundation to do that. And I need to thank some people. Populous Architects, who we selected as the architect of record for the project. Their consultants, ME Engineers, Brockett, Davis, and Drake, and Hugo Reed, who's a Lubbock firm. We had a unique joint venture come together of Manhattan Construction Company and Lee Lewis. And I will say it has been an incredible relationship. They've worked great together. And here's what we've gotten from that. A world-class builder of athletic facilities and a world-class builder who has local expertise and relationships. And the two of them have worked together to give us the results we're seeing out there today. Subcontractors, I'm not going to cover them all, but there's some that have absolutely made a difference. You guys noticed last night, it was 4:30, 5 o'clock. The job was full of people working. They worked Saturdays, they're working Sundays, they work late. They were doing a concrete pour yesterday at 2:30 in the morning, okay? This is a group that's worked and worked and worked. Merrick Brothers Drywall, Cherry Painting, Capform that's done all our concrete work, Stone Tech that's done all the ceramic tile and stonework inside. You saw that yesterday. A joint venture of Yano and Sun Valley to do all the brickwork on the outside of the building. Schrader Roofing, which is a Lubbock firm. Trimble Crane, another Lubbock firm. D&K Hunt Electric, another Lubbock firm. And Hub City Mechanical and Plumbing, another Lubbock firm. And I point those out because we did have a goal to try to keep, this is a large project, and we wanted to keep funds local if we could, and we've done a really good job of that. And we've had great participation locally where folks have rolled up their sleeves and really helped us deliver this project. So I say one group for last, and there's a reason for that. We would not be where we are today if it wasn't for Guidon, who's been our project solutions provider, our program manager to deliver this project. Mark Fewen and Logan West are both here. Logan is our boots on the ground. He's here every day in a job shack. I'm going to tell you guys, I did not know Mark when this project started and when we selected him. We're best friends now. Some days he probably doesn't like me very much, but Mark Fewen has made this project what it is, bar none, okay? He has delivered this because his passion and love for Texas Tech. When we need to push, he pushes. The results you're seeing out there today are his commitment and his vision to Texas Tech, and I could not appreciate a group more than Mark, than Logan, and Guidon in general. They have delivered and delivered and delivered, and it was important for me to save them to last because do not mistake, we wouldn't be here today without their expertise, and I really owe a huge thank you to them. So, important to say when we welcome fans to the South End Zone project, as you guys are aware, but I thought I needed to say it publicly, Womble Football Training Facility will follow about 30 days behind. Keep in mind, we did not, despite what you're seeing out there right now and where it will be, we're only going to be about, it's actually about 20 days behind, 30 days at the most behind the South End Zone. We only really started demoing that project in December of last year, so we're only about 5 months. We're only about 3 months into actual building, and that's what you see. Incredible amount of things have been moved so fast. But it's important to say to the public, it will not be finished day one. That was the plan all along. It will follow about 30 days behind that. We'll get everybody moved in. Coaches actually will start moving in July. We have a punch list, of course, to do, and we'll close out the project. But I'm going to say, by all measure, this has been a success. I believe our fans will be very excited when they see it. So in wrapping up, I just want to say we're pleased to have delivered this project as promised, and I believe the Red Raider Nation will like what they see. Happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Chris, all your acknowledgments and recognitions are appropriate, but there's still one left that we've not discussed, and that's you.
Thank you.
Your modesty precedes you to the podium today, and I'm just so proud that you were willing to take this responsibility on. Nobody, if they're truthful, knew what we had. We thought the concept made sense of the Red Raider Facilities Foundation, the privatization of a project on a public property. And yet you knew what you could do. You surrounded yourself with a team that could perform. It starts at the top, Chris. It does. And that's where it needs to finish. And we're going to say thank you collectively and individual for your passion, for your love for this university, for your expertise, more importantly, for your integrity in the way that you handled this process. In the tour yesterday, I kept looking and I hadn't found it, but I want it somewhere. I need your name in some of that concrete. Okay? That is your legacy, that's your cornerstone, and we couldn't be more proud of what you delivered.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I want another tour at our next board meeting in August. We're going to be looking at the finished product, and let's just put that on the agenda, if you would.
We'll see if Sellers can get the bar ready for us.
He'll be there, I promise you.
Thank you. Great report. This is going to be a life-changing, frankly, facility, transformational for this university. Okay, we will continue with the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the board meeting held on February 29th and March 1st of this year, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. We will now consider items as a committee of the whole, and I would ask that Vice Chairman Carrick Davis preside over the committee of the whole. Regent Carrick Davis.
Thank you, Chairman Griffin. The item is consideration of the consent agenda, items A through N as listed on pages 1 through 36 of the agenda book, and the information agenda as listed on pages 37 through 43. Is there any discussion of the items in either the consent or the information agendas? As a reminder, if there is an item that you would like discussed in further detail or voted on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that item be moved to the committee of the whole agenda.
Vice Chair Carrick Davis, may the record show that I have a conflict and will abstain from voting on item N on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Regent Acosta. All right, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items to be considered by the committee of the whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. Kano, please present the schedule of the upcoming board meetings, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Regents, before you, you have a one-page document that highlights the 2025 dates that have been previously shared. We don't need a vote on adopting those dates, but for your information, those are the dates moving forward. In terms of upcoming meeting dates, our next two dates for calendar year 2024 are August 8th through 9th. We'll be back here in Lubbock, and then November 14th through 15th, once again back here in Lubbock. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the upcoming board meeting schedule? Hearing none, then, the board will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through .074 and .076 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in executive session. Thank you. Board will now reconvene in open session. Vice Chairman Carrick Davis, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, there are 2 action items resulting from executive session. Action item number 1, I move that the board authorize President Rice Spearman or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for a contract with University Medical Center and other parties as necessary for management of electronic medical records, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, the second and final motion, I move that the board authorize President Lang or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of real property in El Paso as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, there are no other actions of any kind to be taken on the remaining items posted for and discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. The final item of business is announcements, and I'd really like to thank everyone. This has been kind of a full day. We've been together, but we've got our business taken care of, and I really appreciate everyone's presence and their attention and their participation. Obviously, we've got commencements coming up tomorrow and over the weekend, and I know many of our regents are going to be participating in that. We travel safe, please, whether you're going to commencements or going home. We have also have the time of celebration with the Chancellor's Council event tonight. That's particulars, Ted?
Yeah, just dress wild, apparently.
When and where?
6 o'clock at the Academic Event Center.
Okay.
Over at the Health Sciences Center.
All right, very good. All right. Any other announcements?
Does a gray suit and purple tie constitute as wild?
Not that one, but yeah. You're looking good there.
How about
Regent
Dusty?
Cash.
How about Dusty's looks wild.
His looks good.
There you go.
I like that.
Any other fashion statements that need to be made? Any other announcements? There being no further business to come before the board, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Thank you. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System. Well, I better have a second on that. Motion.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.